We're a little bit ahead of schedule this morning, and just to inform everyone in terms of today, we didn't quite finish yesterday, and we had Ms. Hazen, who was with us at 5:30 p.m. Last night, and we made a call that we call stumps, and we'll reconvene again today. So thank you, Ms. Hazen, for joining us this morning. So we're going to hear from you first, and we likely will have some questions for you. And then we'll carry on with our schedule as planned. Ngāti Rahiri, with us, Kotahi Tano o Tiatiawa, and Ms. Mako and Ms. Bellamy maybe in person or maybe joining us by Zoom, I'm not sure. And then we have Te Kahui o Taranaki Iwi Maria Kopauda. This morning in person. Nice to see you. I've been acknowledging people in person. It's good to see people. This is my first, as you might say, this is my first trip away from Tauranga in about 5 or 6 weeks. I was quite excited about getting out of my little office. And then we have German, and then the second 42A authors are going to give us a verbal right of reply. And my understanding from Mr. Westley yesterday afternoon is that the verbal reply will be reasonably brief, and then they'll probably have more steps. That will be having more substantive right of reply in writing. So that's our current schedule for today. But before we get started, we'll start with a karakia. And I always look around the room just to make sure to see if there's anyone older or wiser than myself or more capable. I'm happy to start us off with a karakia this morning. E te maunga ina puro te tukutora tapu ko tēnei mātou te whānau huhi mai nei I raro te tūnei whare. Reina mana ki te mai mātou I roto tana no, pai heri tia ki tarangi maringa wākato ai nei ākene āmani. Kia ora mai tātou. Hey, Ms. Hazen, glad you could join us. Now, where are you joining us from?
Tamaki Makaurau. Kia ora mōreina.
Whereabouts are you calling us from?
Auckland, Tamaki Makaurau this morning.
What's the weather like up there?
Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah,
nice. That's good to hear.
People are finally getting excited about getting out of lockdown, so that's good.
I've got a daughter in Auckland who's waiting for Dad to come and pick her up one night and get her out of Auckland.
Make a break for it.
Hey, thank you for being so patient with us. We've managed to just have a quick read of your legal submission last night, as we said, but to be perfectly honest, by last night, I don't know if my colleague was feeling like myself, a little bit exhausted. And so with your indulgence, we'd be happy for you to read your legal submission and or perhaps highlight some of the areas that you're particularly focused on. I do have some questions for you, if that's fine.
Yep, I'm happy to take questions as I go through if that's how you want to work, or at the end, either way. Thank
you very much.
Okay, these submissions are made on behalf of Taranaki Energy Watch. Just going to start at paragraph 1. Preventing or managing unacceptable risk to people is a core Section 5 RMA value captured by safety and wellbeing of people and communities. And that was really the hinge on which the South Taranaki District Plan appeals were rested upon. TUA is an energy watchdog operating in Taranaki for over 20 years. TUA has submitted on numerous plans and resource consents where issues of health and safety are involved. And as we've gone through, most recently, TUA is engaged in the South Taranaki District Plan Review, the Taranaki Regional Coastal Plan Review, and Seaport Land Company apartment applications for developments of apartments on top of a leaky well. And in all of those proceedings, risk and low probability, high significant consequence events were the key point of TUA's concern. Paragraph 3, through the South Taranaki District Plan appeals, TUA sought to address the regulatory gap in planning instruments relating to the interrelationship between sensitive activities and petroleum exploration and petroleum and production activities. This gap concerned the incompatibility of activities both where industry moved towards sensitive activities and reverse sensitivity effects where sensitive activities move towards industry.
Just at that point, Ms. Hazen, I know you go on to explain that a little bit more further on in your legal submission, but I wouldn't mind you, just I suppose here, just noting that, wouldn't mind you taking your time, taking us through some of those gaps that you see. and any advice you might have to us in terms of where we might look to, just to get a little more information on that in regards to the submissions that have been put forward by Taranaki Energy Watch. Thank you.
A framework to respond to the gap was developed and implemented for petroleum activities. This was a bespoke suite of OBS polls and methods and rules that were designed to provide planning cohesion. This framework is found in the final decision in the Environment Court as part of the South Taranaki District Plan Appeals and is attached to the evidence of Jenny Polich. And I guess in response, I'm happy to go through some of those gaps that kind of raised by Jenny and Ms. Roberts yesterday, but Chu's real response is that you should have a similar to the South Taranaki District Plan. It's very appropriate in this case to just have a bespoke set of provisions that apply particularly to petroleum exploration and production in this plan as well. And that would avoid some of the issues that, notably Ms. Polich went over yesterday, where you impact other significant hazardous facilities in ways that were not envisioned when crafting those rules in the South Taranaki District Plan Appeals.
Just on that point, Ms. Roberts took us through in her statement yesterday some of the perceived gaps that she had identified when comparing the provisions of this plan to the South Taranaki District Plan. And I don't know if you heard, I've asked Mr. Wesney to respond in respect to those 3 to 4 matters where Ms. Roberts said there were, I think her words were, there were no comparable provisions in the New Plymouth District Plan. So we're certainly alive to that potential issue, but we're seeking some details back from Mr. Wesney on that.
Yes, okay. And I had thought at the end I would try and speak to those a little bit further if that's
yes.
Yes.
And you might, just on that theme, you might recall towards the end of the questioning of Ms. Polich yesterday, I drew her attention to 2 rules relating to sensitive activities in relation to mapped and non-mapped contours, and I think she did concede that she might not have realised that those rules existed. So that may go to the issue of the extent of the gap.
Yes, and I heard that in terms of rules 11 and 12.
Yes, thank
you. These provisions are not, well, we say they're not controversial and protect both industry and sensitive activities. In some ways, Chu feels that it's been fighting the industry corner with regard to encroachment of sensitive activities in existing unacceptable risk areas. And I think Ms. Polich mentioned that also that in her experience, it has been general practice that having these type of overlays, industry actually seeks them just to protect themselves from that kind of encroachment where sensitive receptors move towards them. Chu has called evidence from Ms. Polich and from Ms. Roberts. Paragraph 8. The proposed South Taranaki District Plan was the first off the rank in the district plan revisions in the Taranaki region. The hearing has resulted in 4 interim decisions, a number of consent orders and 1 final decision. It was an extensive appeal. The 2 main livs of the appeal concern exposure to unacceptable risk of fire and explosion, such as a well blowout, and secondly, toxicity from such as an exposure to unacceptable air emissions. Both can be described as the low probability but high catastrophic events.
Just on that last sentence there, both can be described as low probability but high catastrophic events. Are those your words or is that a quote?
I'm pretty sure that's taken from one of the decisions, but I can get that footnote for you.
Thank you.
Legal counsel for, and it's on paragraph 9 here, legal counsel for the other 2 district councils were present at the beginning of the proceedings, or but they just maintained a watching brief for the extent of the entire appeal in the South Taranaki District Plan. I mean, it did go over a number of years, but the point was made that that all the districts saw advantage in having some cohesion around these types of rules, given that oil exploration and production is an activity that takes place across the entire Taranaki region. Paragraph 9, the first interim decision summarizes finding in paragraph 62A to E, and key to this decision, and it's just 3 key points there. In the rural environment, unacceptable risk is determined by location with an individual fatality risk contour that exceeds 1 × 10⁻⁶. Operators should be encouraged to internalize risks within the boundary and see where a risk contour is not produce a consequence distance or maximum credibility fatality distance is required. And then it was in the second interim decision that there was a review of the production stations and well sites, particularly to South Taranaki, and that the 250 and 650 meet consequence distances were set.
Just at 10, we say operators should be encouraged to internalise risk within the cadastral boundary. From my reading, we're really talking about the property boundary for which that activity occurs. That's correct?
Yes, that's right.
Are there any variations that you are aware of from the South Taranaki case where a boundary other than the property boundary was used?
No, and we really went to this discussion around sterilisation of land and kind of an acceptance that in the past and with the bringing in of these rules, that there are sensitive receptors that do fall within the 1 × 10⁻⁶ contour, and that this contour has extended beyond the property boundary that the petroleum exploration and production sites where they lie and into the boundary next door, and therefore there's been this kind of sterilisation of the land. So the boundary that was talked about was the boundary that was within the control of the operator. And yeah.
Thank you.
Paragraph 12, I talk about the decision on scope, and this might be a decision that might be quite helpful, and I can provide it to you, just given that scope came up yesterday. I did go and have a look on it, read it again this morning, and I just think it's paragraph 7, 8, and 10 are quite helpful there. But in the South Taranaki plan, as notified, they had setback distances of 150 metres for petroleum activities, 200 metres for hazardous facilities, and 300 metres for the rural industrial zone. So they were much smaller distances than when they ended up at the post the CHU appeals. In response to submissions received on the plan, the District Council decided to remove all setbacks. And then within CHU appeal, there was no setbacks identified, but CHU proposed that there should be a setback based on considerations of risk of fatality, injury, and property damage. And that was what provided the scope in the end for those rules that came out, and the consequence distances of 650 and 250. So I think that's probably relevant here. And the other point is that CHU's submission on these plans have sought that the bespoke provisions that are provided in the South Taranaki District Plan apply here, which include those 650, 250 distances. So I think therefore the answer to the question put by legal counsel for Greymouth yesterday around whether council has scope, that scope can definitely be found within CHU's submissions on the plan.
I've just got a question for you, just in regards to the B part there, which says the location of some petroleum activities within the township and residential zone were found to be not appropriate, and prohibited status was necessary. And so I take it from that, and it seems an obvious thing, where you've got petroleum activities that are proposed or maybe in a township or really close to buildings, that's not appropriate. I just wonder whether there was a distinction between existing residential communities and the zoning residential, and I'm thinking more broadly for New Plymouth. This is where I'm going to go with this, where you may have areas of land where people don't have a dwelling there. There's not residential houses there, but they have a right to be able to put up a residential dwelling there in the future, should they wish. So it's like it's a statutory baseline. There's a provision for housing in that area, but it hasn't been taken up as of right.
Yeah, and Ms. Roberts might be able to answer this as well, but I don't think this issue came up as much in South Taranaki because there weren't as many well sites located or existing well sites located in residential zones. Is much more present in the New Plymouth district. And that was the issue that we were part of in terms of the apartment buildings down in Taranaki Port, where you had a decommissioned well site there. As far as I'm aware, I don't understand there to be any active well sites, that they are all decommissioned well sites within the residential area, but I stand to be corrected on that. And so I think in terms of the provisions for this plan, having a prohibited activity rule for new or expansion of those decommissioned well sites is appropriate, and that doesn't exclude access to decommissioned well sites for maintenance of them. And then I guess the second part of your question around how that impacts existing dwellings, or where you want to develop, develop a house where you have maybe it's a permitted activity to develop a house next to a decommissioned well site that is within an urban area. Is that the question?
Yes, that's part of it. And also, like, for instance, we can hear submitters later this morning in terms of there's been traditional papakaianga or places where Māori have settled over a long period of time, many centuries. And at the present time, there might not be dwellings there, but there certainly was a wish to re-establish some of those settlements again. But obviously there's in some instances where petroleum activities are right next door or within very close proximity.
And I might want to go and have a better think about this, but I think it goes to how the grandfathering provisions apply through the plan, that if you have an existing activity, and this occurred with those permitted activities that were captured by, so in the South Taranaki area where you had a dwelling that would then, once you put the 1 × 10⁻⁶ contour, lay that down, they will fall within it. That didn't mean that they had to move out of that dwelling because you had their existing use rights apply. However, if they wanted to expand or build another house, then they no longer could do that once the plan came into effect. So I think that's how it would apply in terms of papakaianga or
Thanks for that. There's probably a similar vein to the tenor of the submissions from industry submitters.
Can I explain a little bit? Yeah. So in South Taranaki, one of the issues came up is that some of the earlier wells had been close to town or on the edges of the town, but the permits all covered the towns. And the councils made a request to MB to ask them when they did their permits, could they block off the towns? So could they keep them out of the permits? And MB responded to them, and I think it was filed at the time as well with an email. I'm pretty sure I filed it with an email that said you use your planes to deal with that. So instead of making it, does that make sense? So for example, with Parihaka, they actually have a square.
Actually, it doesn't make sense to me, but that's
yeah. So for Parihaka, they have a square around them that MB agreed to that we cannot enter, but they wouldn't agree to do that for the residential areas in the townships. So that's one of the reasons that was motivation for asking for that.
Thank you.
Yeah. So paragraph 13, we say that you should place weight on the findings from the South Taranaki District Plan of Fields. These proceedings expanded over several years, engaged key parts of the industry in terms of Pepan's been involved, who are a representative industry lobbyists for many of the operators within the Taranaki region, and considered in detail the effect of applying such a rules framework. Paragraph 14. And now this was an issue in the next couple of paragraphs I deal with is in terms of the overlapping jurisdiction of the RMA and WorkSafe. This was an issue that we spent some considerable time on at the beginning of the South Taranaki District Plan appeals, and I'm aware that it may have come up in previous days and in these discussions. The overlap in the RMA and land use jurisdiction and WorkSafe jurisdiction was discussed extensively in the first part of the South Taranaki plan change hearings. In that case, both Pepans and Council argued that the effects, including the potential reverse sensitivity, were managed under WorkSafe legislation. Tew ended up subpoenaing WorkSafe witnesses, and through the process of hearing, both parties withdrew this position and agreed eventually that the WorkSafe provisions cannot manage effects that extend beyond the boundary of the site, which require RMA and land use planning controls. The first interim decisions, relevant paragraphs 42 to 46, identified 3 key points relating to the WorkSafe jurisdiction. Paragraph 44, and just reading the last sentence there, it cannot be imputed that compliance with WorkSafe legislation and regulations means risk is eliminated. 45, the second key point is that WorkSafe legislation and regulations do not control decisions made on the use of land near a workplace. And 46, the final key point is that WorkSafe legislation and regulations do not require an assessment of risks carried out at the time of site selection. So that was a real, that final point there is that the WorkSafe legislation comes into effect after you've done your site selection and got your RMA consents. And so by that time, the discussion around whether or not that's an appropriate location with regard to risk off-site has already been had. Paragraph 16, exposure to unacceptable risk by sensitive activities may continue despite WorkSafe regulations being applied correctly. WorkSafe is a performance-based legislation insofar as it does not prescribe how compliance must be achieved. Measures only require standard of so far as reasonably practicable. And the court's issue was that that doesn't speak to the avoidance of fatality risk that they eventually landed on as being necessary and appropriate. Paragraph 17, WorkSafe primary concern is risk to those working on site. Section 3.2 states worker and other persons should be given the highest level of protection against harm to their health, safety and welfare from hazards and risk arising from work or specified types of plant as is reasonably practicable. So that's the measure there being reasonably practical again. Actually, can you strike 18 and 19? I think they're not so appropriate here, and this may have written the submissions a little bit too fast. Paragraph 20, WorkSafe legislation and regulations do not control decisions made on the use of land near a workplace. And this is the final section here. To consider, as stated, that a bespoke set of provisions, obs, poles and rules for patrolling activities, as was the approach under South Taranaki, is appropriate for the following reasons. Patrolling activities are unique in that they need to be located close to the source of petroleum. Although directional drilling does allow for activities to be set back, this can be contrasted with other types of hazardous activities which are less constrained and can select a location where reverse sensitive and risk issues are less likely to arise. I mean, that point really speaks to, I guess, some of the points that Jenny was discussing yesterday, where she may have gone a little bit outside of her brief, but that we think both for Tew's purposes in terms of its concerns around managing risk between sensitive receptors and operators, but also for industry, as both petroleum industry but other industry in terms of hazardous facilities, that it is just more appropriate and easier to understand and doesn't have these issues arise with how you capture some maybe unforeseen consequences of where it's just applied across the board to other significant hazardous facilities. B, and that's kind of to that point again, and C, currently there's a concern that there is a policy framework without the applicable rules that are necessary for petroleum activities, to avoid encroachment from sensitive activities, capture expansion of existing and deal with new. Now, just so now in terms of the gaps, I think, and it's really the way that the policies and the rules were drafted, and if you look at them as they're attached to Pollich's evidence, they're very detailed in terms of going from policy right through to the rules. And I think a key concern for us is just how the policies may be interpreted in this plan and against the rules which don't carry through that level of detail. So in particular, I think we're talking about HSP4 and the hazardous policies, which speak to that internalisation as being the priority. And I think it's, whether this maybe some issue with the and by at the end of that sentence there, avoiding unacceptable risk and minimising residual risk, and whether or not when you are assessing an application under discretionary for either new or under RD for expansion, whether that policy is going to mean that you prioritise internalisation, and internalisation is the objective, but if you go over the boundary that you must avoid any unacceptable risks impacting a sensitive reception, and if you do, then you flick over to a higher activity status, which was the consequence that was written down into the rules in the South Taranaki rule framework. And so I think that, one of the key concerns just kind of tracking through is whether or not some of these, how the policies and rules have been redrafted, whether it's going to meet all of those points that was crucial for how the rule framework worked in the South Taranaki zone.
Was it up to?
Sarah, did you want to? I'm happy if we.
So when I did that framework, that Appendix 3, I think it was yesterday, and compared them, and I note, and I've got your one open at the moment, and I note that hazardous policy 4 has a match up with 2811A and 2811XXX. Now they potentially, when you use the framework for the South Taranaki plan, they match up with the ones that ask for internalisation by a similar method as the new facility, about having a mechanism. And so what we anticipated is that in the South Taranaki plan was that anytime someone did an addition or an alteration, they had to go for another resource consent that showed that they could do that, and by doing that they would internalise it. And so that's one of our concerns. I didn't list that yesterday. I don't know if you noted, I just said some examples, and I gave you 5, I think I gave you 4 or 5 examples. But this is another one where it's not clear doing that vertical horizontal approach that you'd actually be able to, planners or people like myself living there, I could actually see that occurring.
Okay, I might, if there's no questions on that, I might go to paragraph 22.
Thank you.
Consequence distance is a distance from patrolling activity that represents the nominal limits of serious injury from fire or explosion at the petroleum facility. The consequence distance is a generic measurement that does not consider the particular site characteristics or the likelihood of an event occurring, and is therefore conservative. I think Jenny was Jenny went over this in quite good detail yesterday around how those distances were set in the South Taranaki District Plan. So I might just drop down then to paragraph 25. The South Taranaki District Plan change considered petroleum production exploration located in the rural and rural industrial zones where the individual risk criteria was relevant. The decisions also makes petroleum exploration prohibited in urban areas, and therefore societal risk was not considered. In the New Plymouth District Plan, almost all of the existing or consented well sites and production stations are in the rural production and major facility industrial zones, apart from the Leaky Well Seaport application and Greymouth petroleum wells, including the Republic New Plymouth well site in the port zone. I guess that was one of your questions before about the existing wells that are in the residential area and how to respond to that.
Could I just clarify your statement at 25, where you say the decisions also makes petroleum and exploration prohibited in urban areas and therefore societal risk was not considered. Are you mean to say it wasn't considered as a result of it then being prohibited, or were you saying, I would have thought by having a prohibited status that they had considered the societal risk?
Yes, sorry, it's probably I mean that in terms of the consequence distances that fell out into the rules framework, societal risk wasn't relevant, and I see how that statement's confusing. But in terms of it, the decision on prohibited status, then societal risk was relevant. But
okay, thank you.
Paragraph 27, in summary, to support petroleum exploration and production being non-compliant in areas other than rural production and major facility zones, support policy framework that they are prohibited in residential areas, and seek that the bespoke rules from the South Taranaki District Plan is implemented. Attached also to these legal submissions is the joint witness statement for the planners, well, one of the many, but in this particular one, there's some flow diagrams which just help work out how the rules framework flow through in terms of reverse sensitivity, or whether you go beyond the boundary or not, or within the contours, which just I think are kind of helpful. Those are submissions for Chu.
Thank you very much. We'll just see if we've got any supplementary questions for you.
Could I just add something to that last part of the rules just before you consider
Yeah, sure.
that? So the tables over there, what we discussed together was to show you that difference between a new activity and what was expected for it, and then alterations and extension. And so this leads to it. And where I was talking about a policy 4 before, I just quickly had a look up in the equivalent 12 rule 12.1.1 BB, it talks about an activity risk area. And that's the one that I'm alluding to in my paragraph 15 as well. And throughout this 3 sheets, you can see that this comes up. So for areas that are expanding and meeting a new resource consent, they have to consider that risk area, and the same with a new activity. And so this is where we're trying to draw in the bespoke nature of what was developed in South Taranaki to meet the requirements of the court rulings.
If I might just say, so Chu was unable, the planner that had engaged in the South Taranaki District Plan didn't have capacity to provide evidence before the deadline, but we did have a discussion overnight that, you know, it doesn't seem, I don't think that Lachlan, who presented yesterday, or Miss Pollicher are that far apart at all in terms of their evidence. So if there was hot tubbing of plannings of just how that was best reflected in the rules and to capture those gaps, then this would be maybe something we need to put in writing to the commissioners, but Chu would potentially instruct Mr. Carline, who they engaged through the South Taranaki District Plan Appeals, to see whether he could just join into that that hot tubbing, even though he hasn't filed a statement of evidence. Whether or not the commissioners would allow us to do that, I think it would be helpful to have him there. It was just But we can put that, maybe I can put that in writing for the chair and yourselves to consider.
Thank you, that would be appreciated. Steph, got any questions?
The questions I have, Saza, are probably questions that I probably would have put to Mr. Carline if he was available. We'll need to consider your request, but it's highly unusual that someone that hasn't presented expert evidence and folded and circulated would then be allowed to join in any interview conferencing. I don't want to predetermine.
Yeah.
But I think you'd appreciate if the shoe was on the other foot, you'd be concerned with that also occurring. What I just want to explore with you in lieu of Mr. Carlin not being available was this gap. And I must admit, I'm still getting my head around the rule framework. And while you were discussing it, I just jotted down some notes that to remind me what I think the rule framework is. And in the verbal right of reply, I'm going to test that with Mr. Wesney. And he knows already that I'm a keen purveyor of diagrams and flowcharts, like what I call wiring diagrams, to show the relationship between policies and rules and how a rule is giving effect to a policy. But what I've taken from your submission is that policy P4, particularly its avoidance focus, isn't necessarily replicated by appropriate rules in the hazard R rules section.
Yes.
That's really the nub of it, isn't it?
Yes, and the one other thing I think I would say is that the hazardous section was given priority over the other overlays within the South Taranaki district plan. So in here, in terms of that, you've got the energy overlay and the hazardous overlay. I mean, if the rules framework that pinches would be the hazardous one, and we would say that we'd prefer to have it as a bespoke petroleum one as well as a hazard one, and the petroleum one pinch in terms of the application to exploration production. But I think that's it. That was another point, is that just in terms of how you have all these rules laying over each other as well.
I don't think there's any intention or any delivery aspect where the hazard rules are reduced in effect by any other overlay. In fact, it's probably the reverse when it comes to sensitive natural environments. And that's what we'll hear from, that's what we've heard from some of the submitters, and we'll hear from iwi on that later this morning, where additional requirements in addition to complying with hazards. So we can just park that for one moment and treat the hazard rules as being applicable. Therefore, the question then is there a gap between policy 4 and how it's implemented at the rule level? And what if I just go to policy 4? Okay, so you've said it's in two parts. The operative word at the beginning is managed facilities to ensure that they are located, designed, constructed, and managed to internalise adverse effects on the environment and human health by, and then there's two methods which you might expect in a policy. First one, avoiding unacceptable risk, and then secondly, minimising residual or lesser risk, whatever the term is used, as low as possible. Now,
so in my vision, I've got and by. Has that been removed?
Sorry, and by. Yes, and by. Yes.
And I think the and for me is the issue, is that it's and by means, I'm not quite sure what that means, because if it is just by, then you are you're avoiding unacceptable risk beyond the boundary, essentially, if you have to internalise. And
good point. Thank you for that. I missed that. We'll take that up with Mr. Wesley. But the first method is to avoid unacceptable risk, and that's unacceptable risk is synonymous with. I read it in your evidence. It's synonymous with the calculation, isn't it, in terms of 10 to the -6.
Yes. So yeah.
And so if you go to the rules for, say, additions, for example, rule 1, which is in 3 parts, And I think the first two parts relate to the facility zone, the port zone, the general industrial zone, and the rural production zone, the key zones. My understanding is that if an addition to a significant hazardous facility occurs within a mapped area, and it's within the contours, and that there's no existing sensitive activity present, then the additions and alterations are permitted. But if then outside the contours, I mean, if the acceptable risk goes beyond the map contours, then it's no longer a permitted activity. It's a fully discretionary activity, I think. And then if that scenario applies and there's an existing sensitive activity present, it goes to non-compliant. So the acceptable risk thing aspect is captured by both discretionary and non-compliant activity status in that example I've given you for additions and alterations, where there's a mapped an RMC present in the plan, a contour map. Are you saying that all additions should be at the higher level of non-complying to match the avoidance, and that discretionary activity is not appropriate, or what are you saying in that respect? And just before I do, can I just check with Mr. Wesney, is that that's correct? That's correct. That analogy I've given you, well, that my interpretation of rule 1 at least is correct. So I'm just trying. You're saying there's a disconnect between an avoidance policy and the rules. My reading of the rules is that if you meet the acceptable risk as mapped and there's no sensitive activities, then you're permitted, and therefore that policy is not invoked. But if you're outside of the contour and there's an existing sensitive activity, then you're not complying activity. I'm just struggling to see where the rule gap is to achieve that policy.
Okay, so can I speak, is it right if I speak to that too? Or is it preferable? Sorry, Ruby.
Well, I need an answer from something, so.
So I was answering in terms of the discretionary rule, which I'll just, maybe Sarah can pull it up, but I'll just pull it up on my screen, is that I had understood that in the rules framework for the South Taranaki is that even if you're assessing within the discretionary, if you have if you fall within a sensitive it was very clear in the rules that if a sensitive receptor was within the 1 × 10 to the negative contour, then you flipped over to non-compliant.
And that's the case here, as I've outlined. If an acceptable risk is defined as the 1 to 10 to the -6, and it's mapped already, and there's additions and alterations, and there's an existing sensitive activity in there, then the
I read that. I follow that reading in terms of your HAS R1, but in terms of a new significant facility in HAS R2, have I missed where that is there? Or is that you just going back up to the policy there?
Yeah, so my reading of HAS 2, and again, I'll have to check with Mr. Wesney on this. So this is where there's no RMC map. So there's additions and alterations. Again, those issues and alterations are permitted if there's a calculation undertaken in lieu of not having the map RMC that shows that the unacceptable risk contour, that the additions and alterations don't extend that contour.
I might be able to help here. Looking at the analysis Stu had done in terms of what Mr. Roberts presented yesterday and the missing provisions in the comparison tables, table 3, section 42 report. You would have been aware that we listed the rules in the New plan and compared it to the rules in the South Taranaki plan. There's 2 aspects of the South Taranaki plan which are currently not reflected in the recommended provisions in the New Permit plan, and one of them is the concept of the petroleum area, risk area. And this was a particular approach, and it could apply to the scenario of Rule 1 just talked about, where if the new risk contour extended onto land that's not owned or has an interest by the operator, that extension, the court was concerned about that new area of risk, even though there's no sensitive activity here, that there could be a future sensitive activity built in that area. So in the South Taranaki plan, there's this concept of the petroleum risk area, where to be a discretionary activity, the operator has to confirm that there's interest in that land.
Yes.
We haven't, in the 42-hour report, we asked for feedback from the operators as to whether what their view was of that approach in the Plymouth context, because it is something different. It is out, in my view, it's outside the norm. And I don't recall, I cover this in that right of reply this later today, that we didn't receive any feedback from the operators in regard to that. So I'm not sure the appropriateness of that provision in the New Plymouth context. So I think that's one of the gaps that you highlighted.
Okay. Is that an issue of a new sensitive activity, not knowing the extent of the contour for unacceptable risk, or is it something different?
I was just going to say that our perspective on that was that that spoke to the sterilisation point that, or at least we took it that the court also reflecting on the situation that some sensitive activities had not known that their land had these overlays over them, that it wasn't appropriate for a (1 × 10⁻⁶) contour to extend beyond the boundary and essentially sterilise the land of a neighbour.
Without them knowing.
And that goes to the whole distance between historical and new.
Yep.
So we have the new rule in there. I guess what we're saying, and I pointed to the gap there for the new rule for new hazardous facilities, but what we don't have is for the addition and alteration XXX, we don't have a similar rule. So we understand that, yeah.
I can draw a picture
And it's easy.
South Taranaki one.
Just before we do, to what extent the rules 11 and 12 deal with that in terms of these, are these the consequence distances?
No, so this is where there's a mapped.
Okay.
This is where there's a mapped risk management contour.
What about, I thought 12 referred to the 250 and the 650.
It does, but it wouldn't apply to the scenario where you've got a mapped contour in the plan, and then you're granted consent, council member granted consent to extend for that risk area to extend.
Yes.
And rule 11 or rule 12 wouldn't apply to that new area of risk.
Okay, I understand that. Yes.
And that's where the South Taranaki's got a particular approach to deal with that, which in our 42-hour report we sought feedback from the operators.
Yes.
Do they consider that's an appropriate approach to carry over to New Plymouth context?
Yes. Well, that's the operators saying no, but we're hearing from Chu that
Just like us.
It wasn't just true that the financial report was Federated Farmers.
yes, I understand that. Yes, but we're hearing from you today.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes. Okay, so obviously rule 2, rule 1, subclause 2, it needs to be looked at much more carefully. That's useful. Thank you for that, Mr. Husband. Just on the other additions and all other zones, other than the one before that I listed, they're a non-complying activity, I believe. Under subclause 3 of rule 1. So you would accept that there is alignment there, at least between the policy and the rule, presumably.
Yes, yeah. And sorry, I spoke across Mr. Wesney there, but did you have a second point that might have been helpful, that there was a second gap that you were speaking to that we had?
That was the potential gap, I guess, in terms of the rules dealing with additions and alterations.
Yeah, okay.
So that's rule 1 and 3 subclauses. Rule 2 deals obviously with new significant hazardous facilities in the major facility zone, where they go straight to discretionary activity, I believe. And in the commercial zone, the general industrial zone, the rural production zone, again, they're discretionary, but there's a carve out in relation to rules 3 to 10, which relate to some of these sensitive environment rules. So I guess the question there is discretionary activity an inappropriate technique to achieve policy P4? That's what it comes down to, I think.
Yes, and I think it's just how if policy P4 is clear enough that you prioritise internalisation. If you can't internalise and you go beyond the boundary, then you have to avoid unacceptable risk to sensitive receptors.
Right. Yes. And so just to complete that, for his new facilities, the final part of that Rule 2, Clause 3 deals with the residential lifestyle, all those less robust zones where you go straight to non-complying activity. So again, you'd accept that there's a good fit between the policy and the rule in that case, at least.
Except for in the residential zone part. Is that correct? Or is this
I think someone requested an exemption to the residential lifestyle, or something to change to that. But that's a submission to be decided.
And
then,
Chu would be thinking in the residential zone that it be prohibited. I think that's the difference.
Right. Okay.
So that's it has Rule 2, 3, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it isn't anywhere else in the plan.
And then just to complete it, has rules 11 and 12. I think 11 deals with sensitive activities within a mapped contour, which is go straight to non-complying in the rural zone. I think. All zones, I wasn't sure yet. And then Rule 2, sensitive activities with the 250 and the 650. I thought they were consequence distances, but they're not. They're something else.
That's up for debate, isn't it?
Yeah, that's contingent.
Yes.
Yeah.
But these are triggers for assessment. I think it's non-complying also, is it? Yes. So there've been some submissions, Ms. Hazen, that have suggested that actually non-complying is too harsh for a trigger distance that hasn't been precisely mapped, and are seeking some form of discretionary activity. I think Tide Energy was in that boat, Tide Generation. So that's my very rough understanding of the way the rules relating to and sensitive.
Yeah, and
they give effect or don't give effect to policy P4.
And with regards to Rule 11.12, I guess there was 2 points. One was the one around that Ms. Pollock has made, that the 250 and 650 is particular to exploration production activities and may not be suitable for other significant hazardous facilities.
Yes.
And to the point that you just raised around Todd, that it might be an overstep to say that you are non-complying within the 250 and 650. That discussion in South Taranaki was around, because in this case you've got a sensitive activity coming towards an operator, and so their ability to engage in a if so, say you go say it's discretionary and you flip over and engage in a risk profiling when they don't have access to any of that information, because that's all held by the operator, was one of the points that that would be quite a challenge for and how would a sensitive operator even go about doing that in terms of that trying to mount an application that they should be able to encroach into that zone if they don't have access to all of that, just as a side point. Yeah.
There was a method put in to cover that. I remember section 20 that covered that off to give some explanation to a landowner. But it was acknowledged that it was difficult for them to access them.
The question I probably would have put to Mr. Carline, and that I'll put to you instead, is why, in its two parts, why is discretionary activity status not appropriate to achieve avoidance policies? Is it incapable of achieving avoidance policies? And the second part, is there any case law to support a position on that you can draw our attention to?
No, I would say if you have your policies written in a way that you have to avoid, it's very clear that you have to avoid that unacceptable risk, then I don't think you can draw that distinction. I wouldn't be, and I don't know of case law that supports that, but.
Okay, that's good. Okay, thank you. Look, that's been really useful from my perspective, so appreciate your candid answers.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you again for just answering our questions during your presentation.
One point of clarification. It's just Mr. Coffin in response to your questions, Ms. Hazen, around the prohibited activity status, and Ms. Hazen noted Ms. Hazen commented that it could be different in the New Plymouth district in the sense of new and expanded well sites in the residential zone, and that should be prohibited was what I heard, but there could be difference in terms of work on decommissioned well sites that in the residential zone that may be to prohibit work on decommissioned well sites. For example, it's leaking. Yeah, I understood that or heard a change there.
My distinction was that you could prohibit expansion or new, but that didn't exclude access for decommissioning. So, of course, you need to maintain or work on those existing well sites, but you could draft a rule framework that, didn't enable further expansion or new sites to enter the residential zone.
So if you were able to confirm in writing what their relief sought was in relation to that would be helpful. And then the second element relates to the 250 metre setback. Decommissioned well sites, what's Stu's position?
Is everyone clear on those 2 points of clarification sought by Mr. Westney?
Yes, thank you.
The second one again, I just.
For decommissioned well sites, what's Stu's position on the 250 metre setback? And that applies in all zones, residential and any other zones that those decommissioned well sites are. I can add into them.
Yeah, answer to the record. So what we're doing, what was the first question?
The prohibited activity status in the residential zone. They have to apply to all forms of petroleum exploration production. Was it just the new and expanded well sites and production? And if the exception I heard was for doing work to decommission well sites to ensure that they were leaking, that could be fixed. So what if that's definitely should be an exception for work on decommissioned well site, what appropriate activity status should consider appropriate for that.
And was there a second concept there, the 250 across all zones you were asking?
Yes, that two one around prohibited activity status for works, and then one around sensitive activities setback from decommissioned well sites.
Ms. Hazen? Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Welcome. Morning, Mr. Oswich. In your hands.
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you very much. My name is Keith Holswich. We've met before. I'm here, very pleased to be here with Mrs. Christine Marsh, supporting me at this hearing. As you're aware, Mrs. Marsh has been on site on an extremely important archaeological dig and has missed the last couple of meetings. She stood shoulder to shoulder with me for the last 30 years, fighting for our hapu. And I never tire of saying that there was no one I'd rather have beside me for this mahi. So thank you, Chris. A couple of other housekeeping matters, if I can, Mr. Chairman. Our original submission was written, our original speaking notes was written a few days ago. The events of yesterday required us to rewrite a few things. I have got one copy in front of me. Your copy is wrapped around the drum of my photocopier at home. I'm quite happy to pass over my copy when I'm finished here. There are a few additions and amendments, and if I may point out the differences as we go along.
Thank you.
If I just carry on, I'm told that our submission on this matter is too polite, and we need to get stuck in a bit more. Well, that's just the way we are. Never fear, though, you'll know when we're angry or upset about matters. I'm also told that we seem to be repeating some of our background stories at each hearing. However, we don't apologise for that. It's very important to shed some context on where we are coming from, on everything we've got to say. So if we can get straight into the hearing, Mr. Chairman.
Just on that point,
Yes.
which I certainly hope that that hasn't been any feedback that you've heard from us as a
No,
panel.
not at all.
We look forward to your submissions and we're happy for you to submit in the way that you think is fit on behalf of your people.
Thank you very much. Happy to go straight into our submission now. And we get straight into the background on paragraph 7 and 15, which are there, 7 to 15, which are there for your information. And we present that necessary background because we've been involved with this for many, many years. And I note how we have in the past been called ridiculous and stupid for believing that our hapu tikanga values could in any way take precedence over the requirements of the petroleum industry. And Mrs. Marsh here today will recall that terrible moment years ago coming from a petroleum company appointed mediator who left our kaumata and kuia in tears by his comments before he stormed out of the hui. And this despite the manaakitanga that we had shown him throughout the hearing. Unbelievable. There will, of course, be more to discuss along these lines during the sites of significance hearings. And I also point out that while energy companies may come and go, we will always remain because this is our home. And we sometimes, Mrs. Marsh reminded me this morning, always let you pick up the mess. For your information, I've attached a map as Appendix 1 to our original submission. And this morning I've passed out larger maps if that's useful to you. In the map that we're talking about shows the petrochemical activities. First map. And that's just an indication of some of the activities that we have been dealing with in our road. There's production stations, there's well sites, pipelines, seismic shot holes, all of which have damaged our lands in one way or another. And I also point out, and this is off topic a bit, I also point out that only recently the Taranaki Regional Council issued an abatement notice to one of the companies for unauthorised discharge into one of our most sacred streams. And we want those situations to stop. I then go on in my original submission to note that while we have little concerns regarding many of the objectives, policies and rules and defect standards, and we can accept most of these. We do have concerns as identified below. And we have given our views on how our concerns can be mitigated in our submission. If we go to paragraph 18, we note the word locational in Energy P4. We cannot accept that word for the reasons given. And in particular, that time and time again, companies use this word as an excuse to set up operations close to or even on top of our historic sites. We note that this policy is contradicted to some extent by Energy P9 that we do happen to agree with. Mr. Chairman, we're constantly told by the that oil and gas is where you find it. And this was reinforced by Mr. O'Rourke yesterday when he advised that geology determines the location of operations. But he's only partially correct. Geology only determines the target of operations, not the source location of where any such activity can take place. No one seems to care about our significant sites that are where you find them. But again, we will talk more about this in our sites of significance chapter. The relief we sought on this matter is to remove that word locational throughout that policy. We believe it's in there simply for the oil companies to go where they like, when they like.
And you're talking just about P4?
P4, yes, remove that word locational. It's been put in there, it's an additional word.
Yes.
We would very much like it removed.
This is a recommended addition from the officers in the 42A report.
Yes, correct.
And the word location appears again in P9.
Correct, P9, and it's a different wording. If you look at P9, it talks more about mitigation, but P4 basically gives an overall blanket. We don't read it, an overall blanket authority to go where they like.
Yes. Within P9, it's a recognition that oil and gas activities are constrained by the location of the resource.
Correct.
Yes.
P4 doesn't quite say that. So if that word location comes out of P4, locational comes out of P4, we're happy with P9 to stay as we are anyway.
Okay. Thank you.
It's just our bad experiences coming to the fore there. In our paragraph 18E, Energy P10, we discussed decommissioning and question the authority of council to act on this matter, given we're advised by the petroleum operators just the other day, as a matter of fact, that such matters are dealt with under the Crown Minerals Act and that no council consent is required currently. I haven't looked at the Crown Minerals Act to see what that says. That's just what we were told by the energy operators. That said, if council are to deal with this matter, then we feel that the metal base pads of these sites need to be addressed. And I think this was raised yesterday by the gentleman from Greymouth. And we've given two scenarios here of what we believe can be done. And those scenarios are included on page 5 of our original submission. Speaking with the oil operators, they say that if the metal is contaminated, then they would remove it by themselves and to be disposed at a safe spot. If the metal is not contaminated and the landowner requests the pad to remain, this should be allowed. We could agree with that. And I think this was talked about yesterday by the gentleman from Greymouth. Energy P11 regarding reverse sensitivity has us hopping mad. It is our understanding that reverse sensitivities is generally based on the first up, best dressed principle. We need go no further than ask who was here first. As mentioned at previous hearings, we have been on this land for centuries. Why should we now have to comply with what others may want when they never complied with what we wanted when they originally set up their operations? And we've discussed that in detail in our submission. And we're basically saying that all or any adverse effects on any project must stop at the legal boundary of Maori purpose zone lands. And I think this was talked about this morning. The solicitor, council acting, talked about it being contained internally. We don't want any adverse effects over our land. Simple as that. People can do what they like with anywhere else.
Told you used the term Maori purpose zone land.
Yes.
Is that the term?
Well, we're proposing that all of our customary and traditional reserve lands become Maori purpose. So we don't want those lands to be affected. And I'll mention details of that in our appendix 3
Yes.
later on.
So that might include land that's not currently zoned Maori purpose, but has been requested to be rezoned.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, because there's no such Maori purpose zone land at the moment.
There's a Maori purpose zone at the moment, isn't there? I think.
Proposed, our land is proposed to be added to it, yes.
Yep.
Energy P18A and Energy P24 give us the same concerns as P11, which is regarding reverse sensitivities. In paragraph 19, we express our concerns regarding Energy Rule R2, and that is remediation requirement following seismic shock hole activities. We're concerned of the dangers of leaving shock holes open and have requested that they be backfilled in all situations. And we've supplied appropriate words for this. Now, while this may be a cultural matter for us, it's also a serious health and safety and liability matter. Who pays if an accident occurs due to an open shock hole? A cow falls down, puts a leg down the hole and breaks its leg, who's responsible? We believe that in all situations, energy shock holes must be backfilled. In paragraph 20, sets out our concerns regarding effect standard energy S5. And this is regarding offset distances from charge, shock holes, sites of significance, etc. We believe the scope here is too narrow and additional wording for clarification is required. And we've offered that wording with explanations. And some of those offset distances that are not included in the current plan is regarding wells and water sources, including springs. So 80% of the waterways that go through our rihi are spring fed. Anytime a shot goes off close to that springs, there's the ability to damage that spring water. We would be aghast if the waterways that pass by our Ruapā somehow get disrupted. Not included in the district plan is the coastal cliffs. There is an alarming rate of erosion on certain cliff faces. We have agreed previously to stay 80 metres away from unstable cliff faces, and that has been accepted. Not included in the council is the waterways and wetlands. We can't accept any damage or disturbance to these. And of course, the sites of significance to Maori, and we've got details in appendix 2 of how we've dealt with these matters previously. So if I can draw your attention to appendix 2 regarding a case study. And it's a case study of Haku involvement in seismic operations. And that's appendix 2 of our original submission. And the plan is that one there. The processes in Appendix 2 that we've followed have demonstrated our accepted standard operating procedures regarding seismic surveys. We don't believe that our operating procedures are currently reflected in the plan, so we've highlighted where we believe those deficiencies are and have requested appropriate changes. And may I add that the standard operating procedures have been developed over many years of bad experiences with seismic operators. Currently, it is only by their good grace that these operating procedures are followed, because the district plan does not require those at this stage. We'd like to see those matters incorporated into this plan so that in future, all operators must follow those typical guidelines. And I'd like to give a couple of examples of the problems we've had in the past. The first one was when we passed over the locations of our sites of significance to the operator on the understanding that they should design their seismic works around and stay clear of these areas. To our horror, a shot hole survey peg was later found on top of Mapano Urupa Pukitapu. And I've previously discussed that Urupa during the natural environment area. Luckily, we found this out and had the peg removed before it was drilled. I cannot express the grief that would have occurred if any drilling and explosives charge had been set off in that Urupa. On another occasion, I received a call from my kaumatua, Uncle Hip Fenton, who advised that a drilling shot hole had been found in the middle of a cultural site at Matariko, just this side of the Waitara River. When I got there, Uncle Hip was sitting on top of the shot hole, inviting the company to set off the explosives. In this particular instance, I decided to use my any negotiating skills I had to try and stop this happening rather than join Uncle Hip. In the end, this particular explosive was not detonated. Both these examples are given to show that despite any best intention from any seismic company prior to any works commencing, it is only by our constant on-site monitoring and supervision that we can have assured damage to our environment and sites does not happen. And that's why we have the standard operating procedures outlined in Appendix 2, and that we wish the proposed district plan to include. In summary, we really want to monitor all seismic works during the operations. There's been too many instances of agreements reached prior to works commencing, and those agreements are thrown out the window once the works commence. If we can now go to Appendix 3, and we've got a second case study. This is a case study in reverse sensitivity. And the map that we're looking at here is the coloured map. In Appendix 3, we have highlighted our annoyance at the requirement for us to consider reverse sensitivity matters when dealing with our neighbours. We once again point out that we've been here for centuries. They have been here for 40 years or so, some even less than that. We point out that they never considered our sensitivities when setting up their operations. So why are we expected to consider these now when setting up ours? And I've detailed in our Appendix 3 what that map is all about, and shows the areas that we have got, that we own, the historical sites in the area, and where the oil drilling operators have drilled and wish to drill. So I understand that Greymouth is taking you to see their operations. I don't know if they took you to that Turangi H site. It's a hugely important archaeological site. It will be gone in 3 months' time when it is destroyed by their operations.
believe that was the site we visited.
Okay, it's hugely significant. And also something that escaped our attention is the petroleum risk management contours that were discussed at length yesterday. And we are horrified to note that by using either the council's and Ms. Pollock's suggestion of proposed 250-metre contour, or even Mr. Dreger's proposal for 100-metre contour, that these contours will totally encompass our proposed Marae and Urupa site in its entirety. It is my understanding that any activities within those contours at least will be discretionary, perhaps non-complying. How on earth are we going to build our marae in the area that we plan to? At best, it will be in a blast zone if anything happens, untowards happens. At worst, we may not be allowed to build our marae and papakainga on our land at all. None of this was ever mentioned in the consent applications for the site to proceed. I've got a sarcastic little note here, sir. We can imagine the news headlines if this goes ahead. Council's proposed district plan will prohibit our hapu building on our customary land. Quite frankly, we're astonished by this revelation that no one has ever explained to us before. I take the blame for that. I never picked up on it until yesterday when people were talking about it as well. In this particular situation, that can be alleviated simply by making sure that our proposed Maori purpose zone land has no effects over it. All effects must stop at the cadastral boundary. And in saying all that, sir, the last point I make in my submission today is that we question where our rights to undisturbed possession and enjoyment of our lands fits has been guaranteed to us under the Treaty of Waitangi. Now, I'm not sure where the treaty sits in resource management and where it sits on planning matters. We simply understand that the treaty guarantees us undisturbed possession of our land. If it's council's council's intent to stop us developing our land, congratulations, that will be done. I'm sure it's not their intent to do that, therefore the rules must change. So I'll leave the Treaty of Waitangi there at this stage because we want to bring that up at the sites of, in areas of significance. That is very important to us. We do, however, expect this council to follow the treaty principles and grant us the right to undisturbed possession and enjoyment of our lands without having to contend with reverse sensitivity matters. And that's it, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McMahon, thank you very much for listening to us. We're not happy chappies on this particular matter. We're still polite, we're certainly not happy chappies. Thank you very much. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have too many questions because I've read your original evidence a couple of times, and I've got more notes than necessary questions. So I think you put across your arguments really clearly, and I'll just quickly go through just to make sure that I have covered everything.
If we were planners, perhaps we could come up with better suggestions, but we're doing it on a practical way, that's all.
No, that's accepted. There's just this is at page 7 of your evidence, and there's a number of numbers that you've used. This is the offset distances, 125 meters Springs.
Yes,
Coastal cliffs 80 metres, waterways wetlands 80 metres. I think there's 125 metres. For Urupa.
yes.
I'm just wondering whereabouts these numbers came from. Is it experience in the field and getting a feel for where they come
Correct.
from? Distance?
For the 125 metres from an Urupa, the prospecting company thought that 50 metres was fine because that's what's shown in the district plan. We pointed out to them that they were affording landowners 125 metres. Why couldn't they afford us 125 metres? So that's where that 125 came from. Mrs. Marsh doesn't like that because she's now got a broken water tank. 125 metres is not enough in some circumstances. The 80 metres regarding coastal cliffs came about, I think was, can you help me out here, Chris? I think it was something to do with the geology and how much the cliffs would fall away. There was some technical.
Because of the coastal erosion
Yeah.
that's happening out there, you can go from the very top of the cliff, but underneath there's nothing.
Mm.
So we went from the base of the seabed to
base of the cliffs.
base of the cliff.
Yeah, came back, and 80 metres happened to be a figure that everybody was happy with. We were happy with it, the oil companies were happy with it. Staying away from rivers and streams, it was agreed that 25 and wetlands, 25 metres from the top of any bank. We had some technical advice about the effects of explosions and how far they could go out. We were content that staying 25 metres away from our waterways would work.
Depending on which way the charge was laid, because charges can go either that way or that way. So
We noted, I think, in Ms. Marco's submission, something about 500 metres. We'd love to have that, but that's not what we previously agreed to. So that's where those figures came from.
Okay, thank you very much. And just looking at this appendix 1, I think you've given us a bigger map here. The indicative seismic shots, and that covers an incredible amount of your here. I was just wondering if you could explain to me what that actually means. Are these the areas that have been identified that could be subject to seismic shocks, or these are areas that have been?
Those are the shots that were put together for the resource consent with council.
Yes.
And I just superimposed those over this map. The actual shots were slightly different in the final evaluation. I haven't been given permission from the seismic company to pass that information out. So I've just used the ones that were in the resource consent. There are thousands of them there. That is only one seismic exploration. We've had 4 of those over the years, covering all of our area. All with 2 kilos, I think it's 22 kilos of explosives down each hole. Thousands and thousands of them.
Do you have a feel for what proportion of the applied for and consented shot holes were actually utilised by the company?
Probably 99% of them. A lot of them were shifted when we sat down with the companies using our seismic evaluation of staying away from rivers and streams. They would then shift their shot holes to fit in the best they could with us. So I'll give them that on this one. They actually went out of their way to do that. Or we moved them, yes.
And that's where those figures, those offset distances that you talked about on page 7,
Correct.
right through negotiation.
Correct, yep. Those are the figures that we were happy with in the end, but they are not reflected in the proposed.
No, very clear on that, yes.
And my other question was, and I think you've answered that, was just in terms of any specific relief that you're looking for, like particular change. You've identified those policies and rules that you have issues with, and you've identified what your issues are, but in terms of, there's some instances we said, I'll remove this word like location or those types of things, but in terms of any other suggestions, you haven't provided us with any suggested wording for those changing those policies and standards.
So anything in red in our submission are the
Yes.
words that we would like to use or change. The matrix of correct changes, they're wrapped around the drum of my photocopier as well. I'm happy to send those through later on.
That'd be useful.
That would be helpful.
Yes,
Thank you. Thanks.
That was done this morning. It's a
Yeah,
mess. I've got someone there now.
let's not dwell on manifestations of photocopies. That could be another hearing in and of itself.
I will forward those to you, or to Judy. And
Thank you. That would be much appreciated.
I have a question, but before I do, Mr. Hosford, I'd just like to congratulate you and commend you on the production of these maps. For me, being out of the district, having a map like Appendix 1, plotting well sites, pipelines, heritage sites, different seismic shots, that's invaluable. And the clarity of it, the quality is look, it's really appreciated. I was going to ask you how you sourced that information, but obviously you answered that earlier, that you'd overlaid it from the operator's information.
Correct, and the pipelines and the wells, well, the well sites come from the government and the pipelines come from the operators. And of course, the yellow dots are our science teams.
Yes, no, that's a very valuable resource. In fact, my comment applies to all of your attachments. An embarrassingly high standard that not all submitters have followed, so that's appreciated. The last question I wanted to ask you about was this relief about risk sensitivity and new sensitive activities within setback areas.
Yes,
And if I understand you right, you're seeking a carve out for the Murray purposes zone from that, so that if there was any contour that might extend onto the Murray purpose zone, it would stop at the cadastral boundary. Is that what you're suggesting?
correct. Yep.
Yes. So in relation to one of your figures, the Appendix 3, I think it is, this one, yes. Because I haven't read it further ahead in terms of the Murray purpose zone, is your submission seeking the zoning of some of these, the PAR and the future parts of this proposed PAR site?
No, just the orange reserve lands. That's our currently customary reserve lands.
Okay,
And that's the one that we would like to be putting into the Murray purpose zone.
okay,
The yellow ones are the extents of sites straight from the district plan. And they are there just for information to show what sites that we've got in the area.
okay. So just, I might have misunderstood this plan, just explain to me what it's showing in terms of buffer zone requirements, etc.
Okay, the area shown in red or orange, that's our Urupar sites.
Got that?
Yep. The areas shown in yellow are the historic sites in a district plan.
Yes,
And then we have got a 50-metre buffer around all of those, which is what is in the current plan,
yes,
50 metres.
yes,
And you can see that the Turangi H well site slips into a little slither in outside the 50-metre radius and within the cadastral boundaries of the local farmer.
yes,
That's all we're showing, and the purpose of this is to show where our proposed Murray site is and to demonstrate that it's going to be closer than 100 metres to the well site.
yes,
And that if that contour of 250 metres or even 100 metres is implemented,
yes.
our proposed Murray Papakainga site will be totally within that zone, within the blast zone, we call it.
Yes. And that's regardless of whether it's the 100 suggested by Mr.
Yes, from Greymouth, yes.
Yes, Greymouth's expert witness. Correct. Or Grey, yeah, or 250.
As council and Energy Watch.
Yeah.
Said, yes.
Okay. And what about with the Pohokura South well site?
That's an existing well site that was established after an Environment Court hearing. That Pohokura South well site was going to be in the position of Turangi H. We went to the Environment Court, got the well site shifted to where the Poutara South is, and the Turangi H well site went through the consenting process when Mrs. Marsh and I were on sabbatical.
Right.
And they snuck it in when we weren't around, and
So it's consented, but not
it's
established.
consented. It's going through an archaeological excavation at the moment.
Right.
And what has been found there is one of the most regionally significant archaeological sites that have been found in recent times. That's being excavated now and likely to be for the next 2 or 3 months. And as soon as that excavation is finished,
Well, no, they've started.
yes, when the excavation is finished, then the site will be destroyed and a well site will be put on top of it. And we'll talk more about this in the sites of significance chapter, that we're going all out to protect known sites. If we find a site that's regionally significant, so what? Let's get rid of it. Let's do what we like with it. And there's a huge discrepancy there, but we can talk more about that later.
Yes. So the 2 power sites in yellow, they're identified as sites of significance in the plan.
Correct, yes.
And the-
Anything that's highlighted in yellow is in the current district plan.
including the 3, what about the 3 circles?
Yes. What is known as find sites. So something has been found, an archaeological
Yes.
artifact or something like that has been found, and nothing is found in isolation. If you find an artifact, it didn't just appear there, it's because it's part of a larger area. So that's where the 50 metres comes around, even a single find site, that's where the 50 metres comes into play.
So if we were to add to this plan as a resource, we could add in these blast zone areas to use Mrs. Marsh's technology to complete the picture.
Yes,
Yes.
and it wouldn't look pretty at all.
That's good. Thank you for that.
Just a concluding comment. We always do look forward to your presentations. They're always well prepared and you're always most polite and respectful. And we do note the strength of your submissions and that as you've said, we're not happy. That's noted.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good.
We're just going to take a 15-minute bio break and a cup of tea. And so we'll be back here at 11:45. And we'll
energy activities and other activities have often come at or often bear an unacceptably high cost to tangata whenua. And an example Matua Keith used around the Turangi H site is an example of that, where there's a regionally significant archaeological site that's been destroyed to make way for an energy activity. So similar to the evidence that I presented in hearing 11, I consider that requiring resource consent for energy activities is necessary in order to force operators to engage with tangata whenua, especially those in the oil and gas sector. And so I consider that it's appropriate that the policy in the district plan refers to engagement of tangata whenua and the effects on tangata whenua in the relationship of tangata whenua with their land, water, taonga katoa are listed in the policy and in matters of discretion for effects standards or rules. And so for some operators, this is not going to be anything new because some of them are well aware of the unique relationship that tangata whenua have with their lands, water, taonga, sites and areas of significance, etc. And they're also aware of the expertise that tangata whenua have. they recognise the importance of the cultural landscape and actively and genuinely working and engaging with Hapuanui to create meaningful relationships where the needs of tangata whenua and the rights of tangata whenua are known and respected. Unfortunately, there are there are some operators who are at the extreme other end of the spectrum, and any engagement with iwi is an email inviting comments, which I consider in this in 2021 is yeah, it falls short of tangata whenua expectations, and I would argue the RMA's expectations in terms of giving effect to or having regard to iwi management plans and those types of things. So I would note that similar to I'd support what Mato Keith was saying earlier about the existing interests of tangata whenua in their lands and water bodies and sites and areas of significance in other taonga, and that I'm not a lawyer, so I don't want to step outside the realm of my own knowledge or expertise, but I would note that Supreme Court's decision on the TTR seabed mining decision went some way to discuss, I guess, kaitiakitanga and how that plays out in terms of existing interests or so again, not a lawyer, so I don't know how that would necessarily apply to things to this context, but yeah, just note that there is some guidance from the Supreme Court around kaitiakitanga and the enduring aspect of tangata whenua interests and relationships. So my evidence primarily focused on four key areas, those being energy activities and sensitive areas, the role of tangata whenua in energy activities, the policies in the energy chapter, particularly their purpose and functions and how they interact, and the inclusion of upgrading and what that means for some of our sensitive areas in our sites and areas of significance. So I'm happy to take any questions on that.
Thank you. So I'm just looking at paragraph 23 of your sheet. It just starts with section 42A report includes recommendations to amend with those policies. Yeah, and I had a note that you're supporting those policies. Is that correct?
Yes, I support the section 42A recommendation to amend to include those three matters there. Yes.
And in my notes I had, but probably needs rules.
Yes.
And I just wanted that page here. This is page 4 and 5 of the appendix 1, and I just wanted to just make a link. Are those the types of changes that you recommended that align with that paragraph 23? It looks like it is, but I just want to just be clear.
Yes. So from memory, yeah, from memory, we were, the Te Kāhui submission was broadly in support of the rules as notified, but that that there needed to be matters of discretion included to meet or to address the effects on tangata whenua and Tonga. So so I supported the amendments to the policies, but wanted that link in the effects standards where they to be picked up. Yeah.
And this is more of a general question. The role of the overlays in your view, what's their relationship with these particularly energy section and perhaps the hazardous facilities parts of hazardous substances chapter?
So my view is that the overlay chapters provide policies, provide guidance for where there's restricted for where that could be relied on for discretionary or non-complying resource consent applications. However, the rules refer to scheduled features, and so while the policy can provide guidance to those, I guess more stringent activity status activities applications, the rules in those chapters don't necessarily capture all of the features that that concern tangata whenua. So, for example, sites and areas of significance to Māori. While there are a number of scheduled sites, not all sites and areas of significance to Māori are scheduled and are identified in those schedules. So while there's policy guidance around those, the rules don't trigger that. And so they do give, I also consider that the rules in those chapters don't necessarily address or don't indicate, they don't state how far an appropriate setback is for an energy activity or for a hazardous facility, hazardous substance, significant hazardous substance, whatever they call it. So while they give guidance around, while they provide triggers for resource consent for example, earthworks in proximity to a site or area of significance or an archaeological site, it doesn't go so far as to state this is an appropriate distance that a well site should be from a site or area of significance to Māori. And so I think that there's good policy there, that the policies can be relied upon to inform or to I guess shape some of how an application should reflect on sites and areas of significance. I don't consider that they provide the same kind of direction in terms of this is how far you need to be away from it. These are the specific concerns in terms of a site or area of significance or an outstanding natural feature landscape or indigenous biodiversity, for example.
Because I suppose that answers my further question of clarification around we've been not struggling, but we've been not quite sure about whether some of the provisions relate to the scheduled sites, identified features, and those are included in the schedules. and those sites, like you mentioned, sites of significance have been identified but not necessarily scheduled. Areas of natural features and landforms which may be scheduled but they may not be. Indigenous vegetation, significant natural areas which might meet the criteria but aren't necessarily scheduled. So I think you've cleared that up, that you're expecting it for this particular chapter that embodies both from your view. Okay, thank you. Just going on, this is at your paragraph 28 and the 100-metre setback. There's not going to be a question about should it be 100 metres or 500 metres, but I'm more interested. And we've had lots of different numbers about different setbacks for different reasons. But I'm curious around what's the basis for the 100 metres from your perspective?
To be honest, I didn't prepare the submission for Te Kahuri, so I'm not, I can't speak directly to that, but the iwi management plan, iwi environmental management plan for Te Kahuri Taranaki Taiwara is clear around the position that Te Kahuri takes on energy activities, and so there's, I guess, I'm assuming that the submission of Te Kahuri here was that there's a recognition that energy activities have a place, but that place should be at a distance from significant areas. And so, yeah, I think there's a few things, in my opinion, that would feed into why a larger minimum setback distance from sensitive environments is required, and that's to do with partly the visual aspects in terms of how tangata whenua connect with and relate to landform and the whenua in general, or water bodies, or areas of Indigenous biodiversity. And so that 100 metres, I think, is more of a signal that that it should be at least 100 metres in order to provide an opportunity or I guess a trigger to consider those wider effects.
And I've made an assumption that this particular recommendation from Te Kahuri is based on new activities. So there may be a proposal for energy activity in an area, and this would be one of the considerations, is if there's a setback in that instance, rather than where you have a pre-existing energy activity. And as with Mr. Holswich has pointed out, there are a number of energy activities that are already occurring within close proximity to sites of to Māori, to maybe future Māori Pupa zones, sensitive activities and such like.
Mm.
Did you have a particular view in that regard, in terms of resolving that conflict?
Uh,
I'm not looking for the silver bullet, because if there was a silver bullet, it would already be apparent to us and the splitters.
Yeah. No, I don't know what a solution or a way of dealing with that is. Like, I think that for new activities, the plan is quite clear about how the establishment of new operations must address those things, but for existing ones, I think it comes down to operators developing relationships with tangata whenua. And as I said, there's a bit of a spectrum on how that's going. And for some operators, there is a genuine understanding, or maybe not an understanding, but genuine appreciation that the cultural landscape and tangata whenua relationships are critical and need to be provided for. And I guess part of the way that I see, I guess that relationship represented in the plan is through the decommissioning or remediation of sites and of energy operation or activities, and how and the role that tangata whenua play in that. So in hearing 11, there was a discussion around removal of redundant infrastructure above ground and underground, and how that how requiring that as a activity standard, and if operators didn't want to remove infrastructure, that then required consent. And so, as was noted in that previous in the previous hearing and by Matoki earlier, is that in some cases tangata whenua would support existing infrastructure remaining, but tangata whenua are often omitted from those discussions or excluded from those discussions, and so having a resource consent trigger, or which directs operators to engage with tangata whenua, is one way, I guess, that that tangata whenua and operators can work towards trying to address some of those existing activities' effects on sites and areas of significance, on water bodies, on other sensitive environments.
Thank you. Just to mind to paragraph 29, and this is there's a discussion about the different setbacks, and then you go on to say, I do not support the introduction of another arbitrary setback distance as a rule standard in the proposed district plan, and you're looking for full discretionary activity status. So that would then be the trigger. So that ties to what you're saying now. You'd much prefer, rather than a belts and braces approach, you'd prefer being engaged, and that would allow you to look at long-term solutions and things that might work on site in a particular place and circumstances. So I'm like hearing you,
Yes.
reading that correctly.
Yes.
Thank you.
And as part of that discussion is, it can, I guess there's a range of ways that tangata whenua can contribute to establishment of an energy activity, for example, the appropriateness of the location, right through to what remediation and decommissioning looks like, and if there's any offsetting, how that might be appropriate in that or in that area.
Next questions I've got relates to Mātauranga Māori and the words advice and expert. But in the first instance, in terms of Mātauranga Māori, and you've suggested a number of changes, policies, and in accordance with Mātauranga Māori, that there are instances where this happens in policies, and you sometimes sit back and go, should there be a policy for Mātauranga Māori in the energy section? So I just putting that to you as a thought as you're tracking through, and saying the addition of the words on each, where it might not be clear exactly what was meant by that. And I'm just thinking about the usability of the plan in the first instance. You'd hope that all users will have a good understanding what Mātauranga Māori is. but they may not. And where they might have an understanding, it might be different. And I just wonder whether the policy framework would benefit from our policy that specifically relates to Mātou Ranga Māori, just as a question.
Yeah, potentially. And I think there are a number of chapters where tangata whenua submitted seeking the inclusion of Mātou Ranga Māori. So might be pushing my luck here, but maybe
If we haven't talked about that of scope and things like that.
potentially that's something that needs to be reflected in the strategic objectives. So I know there are a number of tangata whenua objectives in the strategic direction portion of the plan, and so
Yes, that's right.
perhaps there's
Because I suppose if you had well articulated policies and objectives and the strategic directions, and the chapters are going to be consistent with that, as long as you've mentioned Mātou Ranga Māori, there's the link back, that makes sense. I was just thinking in the first instance, an operator goes to their section, the energy section, and perhaps the hazardous substances facilities parts, and goes, this is what I'm doing with. And it might get quite easily lost if there's an obvious link from Mātou Ranga Māori back to the strategic directions, and whether that's a different approach would be to have a policy that's related to Mātou Ranga, which is relevant to energy.
Yeah, and I think that's something that I would be supportive of and open to, and I think I think that in terms of plan usability, that would be useful for for operators
My next questions related to that is just this is related to P7, I think it is, and P22 and P17, those ones that are most obvious. Rather than advice, you said there should be expert advice. And my question isn't about whether a representative or a kaitiaki is an expert or not. It's just about the use of the term advice or expert. And I just wondered whether you had any thoughts around the benefit of advice, because when I think about advice, is you can say anything you like across a broad range of subjects as a representative. That might be matters of concern, relevant matters that are related to the site. Whereas where you are an expert, and this is not a debate about whether a person represented as an expert or not, but where you're an expert, you're confined within an area of your expertise. And so there, even though that has, I suppose, a weight associated with being an expert, but it is confined or constrained in a narrow area of discipline. So I just wondered if you had any thoughts in regards to that. So I was just thinking how this might play out. So if we're reminded to say, yes, got to be expert advice, and then there's a and we've been using this term, it's a little bit new to me, but using the acronym for SWEEP, assertively qualified and experienced person. I've heard it described in different ways in other different disciplines, but you might, in an unusual situation, are you the suitably qualified and experienced person within this area's expertise to give us that advice? And that could be quite awkward really quick in terms of application of a number of these policies.
Yeah, and I can see that, and I accept that. I guess from my perspective, the submission of Te Kāhui was that that the policies needed to recognise that tangata whenua are the only ones who can determine what the effects of an activity are on tangata whenua. And so, and the wording from the submission of Te Kāhui was not accepted by the Section 42A report, although in that they reworded it to reflect what they read as the intent of the submission, and which I think they did capture the broad intent, but like you say, the term advice, it can be across a wide range of things, and generally when someone gives you advice, you don't have to take it. And so including the word expert was an attempt to show, I guess, that tangata whenua are the ones who are the experts on matters that concern tangata whenua. And so it's more than just, oh, these are my general comments and advice about something, but this is something that you need to give weight to as a cultural expert.
That's the key. You want to see weight given to that advice. Okay.
Yes.
There's quite a good discussion about adjacent to and close to and proximity. I think that was a good explanation. We've heard from others that the varying perspectives. I don't know if I need any further explanation unless there's anything else you wanted to add. Since it was a while since you prepared this evidence and you had the benefit of hearing others, did you have any other views that you wanted to share with us?
No, I think my evidence is set out.
Still comfortable?
Yeah, I'm still comfortable with that, especially in terms of, I guess, petroleum exploration and production activities. They have quite wide-reaching effects, and so while there's something that, I think that it's important that, I think it's important to say that something, if something is adjacent to it, that doesn't mean that the effects don't extend beyond.
So I've made the assumption that you're thinking proximity is broader and wider than adjacent to. That's my base assumption.
Yes.
And it would be related to how wide the effects are.
Yes, correct.
Rather than necessarily just their neighbouring property.
Correct.
That's one question. So we have next one.
Just one really, Maria, and it's not just to you, it's to Mr. Wesney too. So, and it's about this relationship between Energy P5 and Energy P7. And difference between intent and delivery, potential conflicts between the two, and the rules to give effect to those two policies. So that's what I'm interested in. I guess the difficulty I have is that there's both of these policies are works in progress. You know, if I look at the amount of blue and red that on both of those policies, a considerable amount. And they differed considerably from there as to how they were notified. So, I'm as a commissioner and as a planning practitioner, I'm getting some mixed messages from those strong policies as proposed to be altered by officers and submitters. And I guess what I'm really keen to hear from Mr. Wesney in his right reply is what the intent was about for the functional relationship between P5 and P7. I've just noted down three categories on effects. On three matters. But the first is effects. We've got avoidance, we've got minimisation, and we've got avoid, remedy, and mitigate appearing across both of those policies. In terms of the type of effects, we've got all effects, we've got significant adverse effects as being competing goals. And in terms of the resources, we've got potentially all resources. We've got scheduled resources and identified resources. And then we've got resources, effects on resources where the effect is located within or adjacent to the resource. So there's a lot of parameters running around there in terms of the approach to effects, the type of effects, and on what resource are those effects being considered. And obviously I'll hear the officer's response, but I'm interested in your response in terms of whether there's a need for both policies, and if so, how do those policies need to be differentiated? I've highlighted in green, you won't be able to see it, the terms that appear in both policies. And for example, they include natural features, historic heritage and sites of areas of significance to Maori, the term scheduled features, which I don't know whether what that relates to it because it comes with the term, and other scheduled features. I don't know whether that's in the historic heritage sphere or what. Sensitive activities appears also, but there's a lot of terms that don't appear in both too. So I guess there's an aspect of confusion in my mind about the intent, purpose, the direction on effects management, the type of effects that are seeking to be managed, all effects or single effects, and on what resource. So, and that's without getting into the rules that might give effect to those policies. So that's in a nutshell. That's my concern with P5 and P7 and their intersection.
Yeah.
Is there anything that you can assist with in terms of resolving those issues?
So I guess my reading of Energy P5 is that that's provided direction as to the appropriateness of the activity in relation to specific zones, or in this case, overlays in sensitive areas. Whereas I view P7 as being the way in which effects of the activities are managed. So in my mind, Energy P5 is about, this is where these activities should be avoided. So it's providing guidance on the appropriateness of where they should be, whereas P7 is so these are you've located a petroleum exploration or production activity. These are the effects that you need to consider. And so in terms of the double up, I guess, in terms I'm looking at Energy P7 5.
Yes.
Adequate separation from scheduled features and sensitive activities is about making sure that, okay, you've not located on a SESM or you've not located on an archaeological site. It may be in proximity to it. Is the distance appropriate in order that the activity doesn't have adverse effects on that site? So that was my reading of those policies. Yeah.
That's a management approach under P7 to scheduled features and activities. But there's an avoidance approach to scheduled features in P5 based on your preferred wording of P5.
Correct.
Another example, let's look at item 4 under P5 and item 7 under P7 in respect to historic heritage and sites of significance to Maori. Those terms appear in both 5 and 7.
Mhm.
So as notified, P5 was about avoiding petroleum exploration and petrol production activities, which had significant adverse effects on 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, including 4 historic heritage. As notified, P7 was more of a management approach in respect to item 7, historic heritage and areas of significance. So the front end of P7 talks about showing that those facilities are designed, constructed so as to either avoid, remedy, or mitigate. So it's the hierarchy of management, having regard to the adverse effects on historic heritage. So I'm just unclear about the message and the direction that's being provided to complicate matters. That avoidance of significant adverse effects in P5 has been suggested to be widened to avoid those which have any adverse effects, and your wording anyway, on item 4. And again, I just wonder how that fits with the policy direction in P7. So this is both for your benefit and Mr. Wesney. I'm just not getting a clear picture. And when I go to the objective that in this chapter, which is an relevant one, seems to be energy O2. Focus there is that energy activities are designed and located to minimise adverse effects while recognising their technical and locational operational constraints. So it's a balance. It's not an avoidance approach, it's minimise, reduce to the greatest extent possible, which may not always result in an avoidance regime. So I'm just wondering how P5 and P7 give effect to those. And then the final question is about the deletion of identified features in the wording on P5. Like you, I had thought that the reference to outstanding natural features and landscapes, significant natural areas, the coastal environment, SASM, security, all were identified features, and the overlays would do the heavy lifting. But
That was my assumption, just because of the language
Yeah.
we used.
does that change with the deletion of the word identified? And how do then what does the word scheduled in item 4 and P5 mean? So again, more questions than answers. It's a difficult one. I don't expect a concise answer or an answer on the hoof, but we might wait and see what Mr. Wesney has to say. But I might be missing the point completely, and if I am, I'm quite happy to concede that.
There was a lot there.
Yes, there is. Yeah, there's a couple of examples. Yes.
So
Well, firstly, I mean, do you understand the general confusion that's in my mind at least?
Yes.
Yeah.
yes, so if I'm, well, maybe I'll reflect back and then you can tell me if I do. So your concern is that the objective in this chapter just requires minimise as opposed to avoid, which was the notified or avoiding activities that have significant adverse effects, which was the notified version. And then how does the inclusion of the recommended amendments from the section 42A, how does that all fit together, and how does that flow through?
Well, not just the recommended amendments to 42A, but
And then
also,
mine
there's
also,
yeah, well, not just yours, those of Tide Energy, Greymouth, all of the other submitters all had an attempt to chip away at these provisions.
yes. I guess I can see the issue, I guess, or the problem that we have in terms of how does avoiding adverse effects on those identified features or the list as is recommended, how does that fit with the minimised?
Yes.
I
I mean, let me,
acknowledge that, but I think that there's above that, the strategic objectives
Yes.
do provide clear guidance on those kind of things.
I haven't even gone there.
Yeah.
Because I was scared to. But just for a moment, just look at the way P5 was notified.
Mhm.
Avoid petroleum exploration and petroleum activities which have significant adverse effects on identified features. I think that was it.
All sensitive activities.
Oh, yes, yep, you're right. So the focus is on avoiding those activities which have significant adverse effects. Now, a case could be mounted that that is actually policy that actually gives effect to O2, because O2 talks about minimising adverse effects on communities, and so avoiding significant adverse effects is one way of achieving the minimisation approach. With the revisions from everyone, I'm not getting that clear picture. I'm getting a jumbled picture as to what type of effects, on what resources, and what's the aspiration in terms of the nature of effects that are left. I'm also not seeing any change to Energy O2 to justify the changes to P5 and P7. And that's a potential Section 32 issue for me.
So I guess in terms of my recommended amendments, so I disagree with the Section 42A changes, which said that instead of avoiding the activities, we're just avoiding the adverse effects on those identified features and sensitive activities. So my recommendation was that it's not just the effects, but also the locating of those activities on those. So whether that needs to be avoid the activities which had significant added back in order to meet the to align better with O2. That's something that I would be open to, I guess, with the noting that particularly for sites and areas of significance of Māori are the only ones who can identify whether those effects are significantly adverse or just adverse.
Yes. Would you agree then that effective O2 does anticipate some effects, still some residual effects potentially, because of the use of the word minimise? It's
potentially. That's what the resource consent process is for, is to determine whether they have been minimised to an acceptable level.
yes. Okay. Just to wrap this up then, in terms of the intent from your perspective anyway, if P5 was to relate solely to the scheduled features and identified, then that was made clear, and we worked out what the dominant word was, whether it was avoidance of all effects or avoidance of significant adverse effects. And then P7 dealt with things other than scheduled or identified features. Would that be a potential fix? Because both of the policies talk about petroleum exploration and petroleum production activities, don't they? I mean, I thought there might be a difference in where they were dealing with, but there's a commonality there. So they're dealing with the same activity, just they have a different management approach depending on what resource they interact with.
Yeah, I guess, and it comes back to something that we've said throughout the hearings, is that not all of the areas of importance to tangata whenua are scheduled, and so
Yes.
if an unscheduled site and area of significance to Māori, for example, was identified during engagement with an operator, and the advice was that from tangata whenua that it's inappropriate to locate closer, I think that Energy P5, if it related to historic heritage and sites and areas of significance to Māori, regardless of being scheduled or unscheduled, I think that there would be, that the council could rely on that to push back, I guess, on some of the adverse effects that tangata whenua may be opposing, whereas I think Energy P7, there's that management hierarchy which yes, does say avoid in the first instance, then remedy, then mitigate. For the experience of hapu and tangata whenua is that avoid is rarely used, and it's and that comes at a significant cost to Māori.
Do you accept that the resources in item 4 and P5, historic heritage sites and significance to Māori and other scheduled features, are the same resource that's in P7 using the same terminology, heritage sites and areas of significance to Māori?
Yes, so it's same terminologies.
And there's potentially different management regimes relating to that same resource. Yeah, you accept that it's potentially problematic? I mean, if there's a resource consent, whatever the rules are, I'm not sure what they are,
Yeah.
that trigger these policies. You know, I mean, you don't want a cherry picking exercise going on. So I would know P7 is the dominant rule here, P7 as opposed to P5-4.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, and I guess that would play out depending on the final wording, because for my mind, I see P5 as being the locational kind of direction, whereas P7 being the managing effects. And so while so someone might say, yeah, we're all good under P5, we're not located, our activity will not have significant adverse effects on a SASM because we're not located on top of one, but there are other effects that we might have to avoid, remedy or mitigate in terms of the wider landscape.
I wish it was as simple as that. I'm not getting that, because P5 talks about located within or adjacent to, or if those terms come out, it's still about location, and P7 does talk about ensuring activities are located,
Yeah.
designed. So I'm not getting that clear differentiation. But in the interest of efficiency, I might leave it there, because I'm sure we could talk about this for another couple of hours. It's still be none of the clearer. Why don't we, I think we've signed enough we've received from Mr. Wesney and his colleagues to respond. They may have some ones that I've completely missed. Thank you, Angela.
No, it's like, I thought you just opened up the door and I've already walked through it, I can't close the door. I suppose for Mr. Wesney, I was thinking of it from a slightly different perspective, and it'd be good to get some clarification for related to the intent of P5 and P7, whether they were intended to be at different times in the process. Like, for instance, the way in which I've read P5 is where you may already have existing petroleum exploration production activities, and they're located within or adjacent to those resources. There'd be a need to avoid the adverse effects of those activities where they're located and they affect those particular resources. So I was having in my mind, but I wasn't quite sure that if that was the only thing they relate to, because it could be, or as well as there's going to be a proposal which is very much related to P7, and it could trigger those as well. So it was just those interactions of whether it was thinking about the time, a point in time of the process, or was it's actually designed to have a bit of a double up if you actually captured both of those scenarios.
And the point I should have added is that this conundrum, in my mind at least, isn't limited to this chapter. It goes across a lot of the district-wide rules and where they intersect with overlays or don't intersect. It came up on network utilities last week. It's come up in subdivision, and it was first front-footed in here in 5 on natural areas.
In the discussions we had, particularly yesterday, in regards to hazardous substances facilities, the internalisation debate we're having, and those, the push to internalise as many of those bits as practically possible, vis-a-vis those which are outside of the property boundary, and what's the relationship between that scenario and what we're seeing here.
I've just talked to graduating planners about the importance of the meaning of words, and this is where it comes to that. Once this is locked and loaded, and that could be a few years away here, but and the policies are tested in a resource consent scenario, that it's too late then. And you can talk all you like about intent, then it's about what's in the rules, and that's why I'm trying to ascertain what was the intent and how is that being delivered.
But thank you for listening through our little debate there.
Good.
So if supplementary
No.
questions from Hope. Thank you.
All right, I haven't even need to.
And what a friendly forget.
Anyway, just to add on that P5, P7, I sort of threw it back into the Hampshire's court, the board. He asked me for some clarification in his report, so now in my evidence I asked for a bit of clarification around that P5 and P7. And actually, I haven't read it in detail, but I think there's a little bit more guidance has come through in the hearing 9 right of reply to the subdivision around that relationship between identified features and special features.
I must be like that.
I'm being selective about what I'm reading at the moment. As you can see by the papers that currently use.
I'm more familiar with your use in that way.
Yes, but I'll refresh myself with it.
Yeah.
I think even last week, Jamie brought it up last week as well around that. Anyway. That's all. Thanks again for the opportunity to speak. So I have actually, again, about 10 to 9, I'll finish them. So I've got some speaking notes. I haven't had an opportunity to send them through to Julie and Christine. Definitely not as diligent as Uncle Keith is, but yeah.
He sets a high standard for
I know. So I'll live up to, but we've got 12 hearings to go, so hopefully by the end of it we'll have to have it down pat. Anyway, I just wanted to touch on a couple of points that are in my evidence. Anyway, kia ora, I'm Sarah Mako. This is the first time I've met Polly, so kia ora. So just a couple of points that I did want to expand on that are in my evidence. So as initial comments, I want to make it clear that in my evidence, I'm not suggesting that energy generation from renewable and or non-renewable sources are unimportant, rather that it is not acceptable that undue adverse effects on the protection of historic heritage or the relationship of Māori with their ancestral lands, water sites, wāhi tapu and other taonga, or the continued loss of values from water bodies that result from those activities continue to be permitted under the proposed district plan. My planning opinion has benefited from the cultural expertise of individuals within Ngā Hapu or Te Atiawa who have interacted with the petroleum industry over decades, and from their lived experience are, in my view, best qualified to provide evidence regarding the scale of adverse effects on them, which you've heard that from both Keith and Chris this morning. And there's very extensive engagement in those processes. I consider that these positions accord with the higher order planning documents as I have set out in my evidence. The context of the planning positions I am recommending are outlined in my evidence. This includes some of the context regarding how non-renewable energy activities, petroleum exploration, prospecting and production activities over time in the district, and the impact of those on the cultural landscape and the relationship of tangata whenua with these places. Under the operative district plan, which is effects-based, a well site generally is broken down into component parts. So it considers the effects of traffic, the effects of noise, the effects of hazardous substances, as opposed to the activity generally and how it may fit in the location proposed. As outlined in hearing 4 regarding noise and the impact on the lack of a notional boundary on the ability to consider effects on wāhi tapu, etc., were all limited through that planning process. In my view, that has resulted in a number of perverse outcomes, including well sites being located on wāhi tapu and the pipelines connecting those facilities, traversing water bodies through wāhi tapu and other sensitive areas. So as explored by Keith this morning as well in relation to the location of Māori-owned land and proximity to those existing sites as well. So actually in just standing on that, in my evidence to paragraph 10 and 15, so I've just highlighted some, well in 15 in particular, some well sites which are located on sites and areas of significance to Māori. So just last week, Commissioner Coffin, we went through a similar process for network utilities which are operated within sites and areas of significance to Māori. So I just wondered if I did have great intentions of having this already prepared for you on a presentation, but I wondered, do you want to go through these sites now on the proposed district plan, if you think it will be useful? Just the location of them?
I'm not sure if it's necessary.
Okay.
I think it's a good example of that. I've just taken this as not necessarily a list of all of the sites might be affected, but it just gives us an idea of, yes, a number of these well sites are located. I've made the assumption that's correct. They are located on those systems.
Yeah, and they're only they are definitely only examples that I've dealt with recently as well.
I think I've been to one of those at least.
And some of those.
Oh, okay.
And some of
Is
those
that the
were
Grey Mount Petroleum?
Yes, it was either the Copeway A or B, I can't recall which one.
Maybe B, if you saw it from the road. A is over the back of.
Down a long driveway.
Yeah, it would be probably
B.
B. So Mr. Wesley requested that I provide additional corridor to the inclusion of the 500 metre setback in Tai Whenua, Tai Tanga, Tai Ao. So I trust that line of thinking, that line of logic set out in that evidence has done that. But happy to put it all further about that if we need to.
Which paragraph? So that,
It's at 25 through to 30, I think.
oh, yes.
So just in summary, your view, you're just giving us a bit more information that 500 metres is conservative. There's a number of things, experiences that it's been based on, but you're not necessarily supporting the idea that it's included as a policy or a rule necessarily, but it's a matter that's taken into account in the consent process. But to do that, you need to have a trigger for your involvement.
Yeah. And so in carry on with this. Not working off the cuff today. I consider that there are a number of legacy issues regarding well site locations, and that must factor into decisions regarding whether the upgrading of a well site in a location is appropriate or if it should be a start again. I accept that there is not the ability to retrospectively address effects from well sites that were lawfully established. However, I note that in my experience, and I mentioned this in hearing 11, so my first job as a graduate, I monitored oil and gas applications. And in my experience, the description of the activity on those resource consents was often only limited to the number of wells that were to be drilled, and that the relatively temporary nature of the activity being the rationale against which an assessment of environmental effects was made and conditions imposed. So the specific description of the activity and therefore scope of activities I consider are important in understanding what has been lawfully established and what has not. I consider that there is the potential for incremental adverse effects to be generated on the environment resulting from upgrading of sites that requires consideration through the resource consent process, given the decisions made regarding a well site or pipeline location that have not considered the full impact of the proposal. For these reasons, I support the activity status set out in rules R3 and R4, energy R3 and energy R4 for petroleum exploration and production, respectively. The policy direction of the chapter Energy P5 through to Energy P10 are clear in my view regarding the assessment of those activities within the district and the expectations regarding the location, construction, maintenance, upgrading, and eventual remediation of the activity over time. I support a high bar being set for new well site locations and the considerations regarding expansion of well sites established in the areas listed in Energy P5, with the requirement to avoid adverse effects. The requirement to avoid adverse effects implements the strategic objectives of the plan, as well as the objectives in those overlay chapters, in my opinion. Similarly, I support the additional sub-clauses introduced into Energy P7 and the questions they will ask of an applicant through the resource consent process. Obviously, noting that I've also queried that how Energy P5 and P7 will work, particularly in relation to those features. In line with the evidence produced for the Network Utilities chapter, I consider that Energy P10 should go further and consider the remediation or removal of underground structures also. My rationale for that position is the same as discussed in the Network Utilities chapter. Just to recap, that was around not leaving that redundant infrastructure for your mokopuna, for my mokopuna, and that it's dealt with now. We use Commissioner Coughlin, I don't know if my colleagues told you about this, we use the analogy Te Poihi, my colleague Te Poihi, who spoke to Hearing 5, so gave the analogy of Papatūānuku, the body of Papatūānuku, and comparing that to a human body, And if you had a pacemaker, for example, you don't just fill that pacemaker with the equivalent of cement. You don't just push it to the side and replace it. So you have to remove it if it becomes redundant. So that was just an example that that Te Poihi had thought of. I have not attended all of this hearing, but have noted the discussions regarding when remediation activities should be required to commence or be undertaken, and the scenarios for unintended consequences where some minor activities may continue to be maintained to avoid the need to remediate a site. And so Keith also gave some cordial about this to the Network Utilities chapter last week around there may be instances where actually remediation or removal of that redundant infrastructure may not be appropriate. And we also, what was explored with Transpower as well last week, particularly in relation to the Paratutu, the New Plymouth exit project. Now I know last week there was the cordial around I had supported the, sorry, just jumping back to the Network Utilities, this for a little bit of context around the rule 2 and the requirement for the removal of that redundant infrastructure. And then there was a discussion with the lawyer, the legal counsel, the council for NPDC.
Yes. Woodward was it?
Woodward? Wakefield. Keller, around whether or not that rule was altered by Reece.
Yes, that's
so
right.
Just in terms of a rule here in the energy chapter, and having that ability to impose conditions of consent on resource consent. I appreciate that conversation also occurred, but I consider that Energy P10 does set up the ability to be able to impose conditions of consent, which specifically manage those scenarios at each well site, including that involvement of independent expertise to inform whether there are possible remediation options that can be undertaken as a consent is implemented. So I've made a comment here. I have got a note here around Trustpower as well, and I appreciate that I wasn't here. I didn't listen to the recording yesterday of Trustpower, but I appreciate that there's the national policy statement for renewable energy as well, and that the PDP must be consistent, give effect to that NPS as well. And I think that there is the ability in those objectives in the Energy 03 to achieve that renewable energy generation. So similarly to last week, we are and the mahi that we're doing with Transpower, so we're also working with Trustpower on their hydro schemes as well. So sorry, we Ngā Hapu o Te Atiawa and Te Potato o Te Atiawa are we're working on the renewals for resource consent for the 2 hydro schemes within the New Plymouth district, which are both in the Te Atiawa here.
Yes.
So just to give some
I
context.
think those renewals, those ceased 2021 and 2022, I think.
Yes. So they've just submitted to colour schemes.
Yes.
That's
They've been lodged prior to 6 months, more than 6 months prior to the expiry date.
yes. And the only outstanding information in both of those applications for them to proceed is the cultural impact assessment. So we've been working with Trustpower on those as well. Anyway, no data.
You've actually talked to the areas I was particularly asking questions around the 500 metres, which I think well, so I didn't have any specific. It's a bit of a rhetorical question. You would have heard a conversation earlier just around whether, certainly looking at P5, whether you're under the impression that those are scheduled sites, or they're scheduled and those and identified sites.
I think they're not scheduled. That's the not scheduled, and then in P7 is the scheduled. Although I acknowledge that P5 does refer to the recommended identified features, but other scheduled features as well. I've written a note here, write a reply for subdivision chapter. I only briefly clicked through that, so just wanting to get that consistency through the wording as well.
I may have seen it, but I just can't remember. Did we have a specific, perhaps a question for Mr. West, do we have a specific definition for upgrade or upgrading as distinct from some of the other words that are being used?
So in the plan is notified.
Yep.
For utilities, yes, there was a definition specifically for that, but not for anything else. And the Fuito report recommended a definition for upgrading for the particular rules we recommended.
I'm going to add to the delay, but I do have one question for you, Ms. Marco, and that's if there is wording in front of features, and whether that wording is scheduled or identified, you've got a preference for identified, haven't you?
Well, I added identified because that's
Yes.
it's defined.
Right,
Identified features
as a term.
in the proposal.
Okay, good. And presumably identification can occur through a number of ways, including scheduling.
Yes.
Yeah. So identification is a set, subset. Scheduling is a subset within that. Other ways of identifying it will be through overlapping. So if the terms to be used, you prefer that because it's defined, but also covers a range of methods of identification, including scheduling, but not limited to. So that's very useful. Thanks. That was all.
Thank you very much. So did we need to have a little break?
Yeah,
That we appreciate it.
yeah. Which we take a short lunch break then.
Yeah, that makes sense. How long? Obviously, you haven't had lunch as well, so let's take a break so you can actually just have some conferencing and have lunch. Rather than we have lunch and come back and we haven't had lunch. So how long would be appropriate in terms of you conferring with each other and preparing?
1:15. Yep, that gives us just over an hour. So that's enough for you, bite to eat, but also discussions, and then get a right reply printed for you to be able to speak to.
Yes, and it's really an overview, isn't it?
It's probably a mix.
Yeah.
From what worked last night, it's what we sought to do is identify all the key issues that have come up and provide a response. We've got a view at this point.
Yes.
But in terms of points of detail and provisions, we haven't gone there at all.
Okay.
And then the last bit's next steps.
Yes.
Finish on a process and timetable from
Yes.
here.
Also conscious about the legal issue in terms of scope, and that works both ways. Ms. Price raised questions about the scope for council to make the changes, and in turn, we raised questions about the scope of her client's submission also. Who was it? Catherine was online yesterday. Have you had a chance to talk to her at all?
Not so.
No.
And my understanding of that exchange yesterday was
Yes,
that
two-step.
Greymouth were going to provide the
Yes.
first, and then council's lawyer would review.
Yes, so we probably need to make clear to Ms Price that she needs to cover both, well, she's already covered the first scope issue in terms of councils, whether she wants to add to that, and then cover off the scope for her own client. Looking forward to this afternoon.
1:30. 1:50.
What time do you like?
You get to hear all of these little conversations.
Don't enjoy this.
Rather than just come back and say. Afternoon. I'll pass that to you for a verbal right of reply.
Cool. Thank you, Mr. Coughlin. So as indicated earlier, we've prepared two verbal written rights reply, and we've got our notes which we've made available to submitters. And what we've sought to do here is just highlight the key issues that have been raised during the hearings. And so we've got one paper regarding energy and one relating to hazardous substances. And that's been the case with all the other hearings. We'll do a full written right of reply as directed by you in terms of a suitable timeframe. So I'll read
That's
through
right, which we're not picking up contaminated land because of the
because there's
low
no,
number of submissions.
no issues and contentions.
Just for our people on screen, so they know what happened to contaminated land.
We have to leave one to write up.
I'm looking forward to writing that one. My first one.
So you'll hear mostly from me this afternoon, and there's probably just a couple of points I will just ad lib based on matters that came up this morning and questions this morning. And the hazardous substances part, I'll hand over to Shepherd in a couple of places for her to respond to. But what I suggest is that we've grouped them into topics. For each topic, we pause at the end there, and if there's any questions or clarification that you have, we can answer them then.
Yes, should we have the track change version in front of us? Yes.
We'll start with energy and then move into hazardous substances. So I think I've covered paragraphs 1 to 3. That's overview in a slightly just different way. So the first topic is the increased recognition of tangata whenua values and sensitive natural and physical resources and locational constraints. Referred to the particular policy reference where those issues come up. Iwi and Hapu have highlighted the failures of the operative district plan in protecting historic heritage or providing for the relationship of tangata whenua with their lands, water, sites, wahitapu and awatonga. They have requested that changes are made to various provisions to achieve this protection and provide for this relationship. They also seek that tangata whenua are considered experts that need to be engaged during the planning of new energy activities, including seismic surveys that use explosives. So our response to the evidence presented, we acknowledge and recognise that tangata whenua have a relationship and values that extend across all environments, and accept that there is a need to consider the adverse effects of significant hazardous facilities on cultural and tangata whenua values, which needs to be balanced against the technical and functional requirements of energy activities. In general, we consider it as more efficient to rely on the relevant policies and overlay chapters, which set the direction and expectations for protection and management of effects for each scheduled feature. In addition, similar to the matters raised in the Network Utilities hearing last week, in making recommendations in our written right of reply, we will also consider the written right of reply for the subdivision chapter and the outcome of the expert conferencing on the ecosystems and biodiversity chapter, with the aim of achieving consistency throughout the proposed district plan in relation to how the district-wide chapters address scheduled features and provisions. We will also seek to ensure that any recommended provisions, including matters of discretion, are directed, certain and clear in their intent. I'll just add to the end there, based on what referred to minute 15 there in the subdivision right of reply, questions earlier today. In the subdivision right of reply, it refers to what are now referred to as scheduled features that in the reporting officer's right to reply so far, and and in 42A reports, that there were a number of submissions throughout different chapters on the term identified features and the uncertainty as to what identified features means, and also that there were a number of unidentified features based on the current information base in the proposed strategic plan. So the response in the subdivision writer reply is to use the terminology scheduled features, and then which covers all of the overlays which are identified and scheduled in the district plan. And then the second part is to refer to features as a general word, and that captures all the unidentified areas or sites or features with significant values.
Just a couple of questions on that. I thought I heard Ms. Marco say that she had a preference for identified features because that term was defined in the plan.
Yes, so yes, that's correct. So that the term identified features is identified in the notified plan.
Is it defined?
Yes,
Yes.
it's a defined term, and the definition refers to the identified and scheduled features in the overlays chapter of the district overlays chapter of the district plan. So that's where when you read the subdivision writer reply, you'll read the fuller response there that officers are recommending that that term be replaced with scheduled features to make it clear.
Okay.
And that term should be referred throughout the proposed plan now.
Yes. And the term features on its own
Yes.
will refer to features that aren't identified or scheduled. Yeah.
So that it's, I understand talking to Ms. Edwards over the break, that there was a conversation between three council officers happening when you were asking those questions this morning exactly about this issue.
Yeah, I should have taken the time to read the writer reply, but yeah, I'm glad to see that there's a potential solution to that. And that will apply not only to subdivision, but to network utilities,
These two chapters.
energy, these two chapters, and any other district-wide rules that intersect with overlays or not.
Yep. So I expect you'll see over the next iterations of rights reply, section 42 reports, that there'll be consistency around those,
Yes.
around that terminology and what it means.
Do you accept, Mr. Wesley, that term can do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of the front end of policy and objective policy provisions?
Yeah. Yes, and I'll provide certainty as to what is being referred to.
Yes. If there's enough clarity around the term, may not even be the need to list beyond that term. But I can understand why you might want to do that. But as long as it doesn't add any aspects of non-clarity, if you like.
Yeah, that's the approach you'll see in the subdivision.
Okay. Okay, so might we see some changes to P5 and P7 in that sense?
Yes,
Most
likely. Yep.
And just a more mechanical issue, just on your paragraph 5 today. In that second line, did you mean to talk about the effects of significant hazardous facilities?
Should be energy activities.
Yes.
Yep. When I read that out, I had a little thought in my mind that that wasn't correct. Thank you.
I mean, of course, many energy activities will be hazardous, significant hazardous facilities, of course. Yes.
Moving to the next topic, the alignment integration of energy chapter with overlays and other district-wide chapters such as identified features and historic heritage. And there's some similarities here to what we've just discussed. So the context is that several submitters seek changes to provisions relating to the protection of identified features, including in policy 5, policy 16 and policy 21 in the energy chapter. There is general agreement that these features need to be protected. However, some submitters seek an avenue to provide for remedy or mitigation of adverse effects where they are not able to avoid such effects. Whilst other submitters seek to include provisions to increase protection of these features, including specific provisions for the use of explosives for seismic surveys, where setbacks are specified to avoid coastal cliffs, wetlands, waterways, and sites of significance demanding. So our response is that we agree that protection in sites and features of significance are important. We also agree a consistent approach is required across the proposed district plan and integrating provisions between chapters. We'll give further consideration to the specific relief sought in the energy chapter and how we can do that in the right of reply. So that's just what we've just earlier talked about. That will do that. And I think now is the point to talk about energy policies 5 and 7.
Yes.
Your questions this morning
Yes.
around that. I have taken any other questions before in relation to what was said there before we look at 5 and 7.
No, I think that would be a nice way of exploring paragraph 9.
So policy 5, that's adding to what I said earlier in terms of the scheduled features, that policy could be amended to refer to scheduled features rather than the list of matters as they've been recommended in the 42A report. But it would also include reference to sensitive activities.
Yes.
Of the policy or the objectives sought to.
And no one really challenged that, did they? Did they?
Not that I can recall.
No.
And
it was there already. Yes.
yes, and in terms of the context for this policy and what it's seeking to achieve, it's the policy, it's the objectives in the other district-wide chapters. It's not the objective in the energy chapters. It's part of the integration. And so it's the objectives which refer to protecting that feature from inappropriate activities. So whether we're talking about outstanding landscapes, natural features, or significant vegetation or habitats of indigenous fauna or historic heritage, it's each of those objectives in those district-wide chapters that this policy is seeking to achieve. With in the energy context, that petroleum exploration and petroleum production activities are two particular activities because of their nature and scale that they can have significant effects on those scheduled features. So to provide some clear policy direction on that scenario of where you do have those particular activities locating within or adjacent to those areas, that the policy direction is to avoid the effects. That's the most effective way to achieve those objectives of protecting them from inappropriate subdivision, inappropriate development in land use. So that's the context for the intent of the policy.
Yes.
And I think just to be really clear about the words that you're using, you said avoid adverse effects. Are you suggesting there should be avoid all adverse effects?
Yes.
As opposed to significant adverse effects?
Yes. Okay. And the other distinguishing factor of this policy compared to policy 7 is it explicitly refers to the location. So it's directing that where those activities are located, that the location is the key way of avoiding those effects.
Yes. Are you able to speak to the within or adjacent to component?
So in terms of within, I don't think there was really any contention around that, apart from within the coastal environment. There's evidence questioning the appropriateness, including the coastal environment in that list because of the way that's identified compared to, say, significant natural areas. And when it's located within those areas, generally you will have you'd likely have some form of adverse effects compared to the adjacent, except that there's a different set of context there, within versus adjacent to. But to me, the effects don't necessarily stop at the boundary of where the significant natural area is drawn or where the historic heritage is. That the proximity, another word used this morning, to me that it's still the locational aspect. And if you just had the words within, I think that narrowly defines the area of effects where it might be adjacent to or proximity, so nearby. That there could be similar effects on those significant values of those areas or features.
Is your understanding that this policy 5 would also apply to existing petroleum exploration, petroleum production activities that are currently located on, and we've been using some examples of sites and areas of significance to mining.
Yes, yeah, for the yes, the evidence presented this morning, I think that made that clear.
As an implication of it, you would imagine they might not be able to avoid all the adverse effects, and that would affect activity status for any particular work. So they would do.
Yeah. The alternative, just in terms of within or adjacent to, is not to have those words there at all.
Yes.
So you could just say avoid the adverse effects, and considering a location to, and that to me is an alternative.
Yes.
But I think it creates some ambiguity, because there could be debate, was it intentional or not?
Yes.
It could be read that it's just within those areas if it was silent. So I think having the words adjacent to or proximity of or something like that
Yes.
provides clarity that those circumstances are also where adverse effects could arise from.
Yes. I think Maria's evidence this morning had the words within or adjacent deleted.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's policy 5.
Yeah, and just before you go off that, so it's all adverse effects, not just significant adverse effects. It's related to the scheduled features, which is defined. And are you proposing to list 1 to 5 still?
So this is part of a conversation that was happening this morning around is referring to scheduled features by itself sufficient, or and if so, does that what does that include? And is it could there be some exceptions or not? This is what officers from the different topics are currently working through.
Okay. Is the coastal environment a scheduled feature in that sense? Would it
That's
be
the one
captured?
Sensitive activities seems like separate, but coastal environment is the odd one out of that list.
Just go to the subdivision. Right reply. I need to double check that.
Okay.
What I'm reading is, I could read it 2 ways at the moment.
Yes. Okay. Well, I certainly take your point. Whatever provides the greatest clarity, that is important. Well, in your the other point that I've now picked up on is that that the home objectives for P5 is not energy O2 necessarily. It's the objectives relating to standing natural features, natural areas, coastal environment, historic heritage. Yeah. And I wrote down that the operative word there for those is largely protection. When you write a reply, could you set out those home objectives for, if you choose, for those 4 matters? Natural features, landscapes, natural areas, coastal environment, historic heritage, and SASM, so that we, just to make sure that that there is a direct line between this policy and those, and I just want to see that the operative word is protection in each of those cases, and if not, does it need to change if there was scope? The bottom-up approach, if you like, thinking of objectives.
I think that's because an interesting way you could interpret a number of different ways. One way could be that is by having those matters listed, those are the type of effects on those types of resources or what are intended by the policy. In other ways, those features and environment trigger a broad assessment of adverse effects.
Mechanically, you might expect those terms to be in initial uppercase.
Mhm.
Yes,
If they were the
yeah,
identified features.
yeah,
Yes.
yes. And I noticed Ms. Marco had, she talked about significant natural areas, she'd had that termised. Final question on P5, and I know there's a relationship to what you're going to get on with the P7. Two questions. The first one is the appropriate position for this policy in the energy chapter, given that it's implementing the objectives that sit outside that chapter? And that's a question for all of the district-wide rules, I guess. You might have covered that verbally and what you just said, but cover it later on.
In part, I did in drafting this yesterday, this one and what comes up shortly, and there's the substances one. I did refer to a policy in the coastal environment chapter,
Yes.
and which I've removed for just to sit right in the final version.
Yeah.
But there is quite a directive policy in the coastal environment chapter around particular activities which are seen as inappropriate in the coastal environment.
Yes.
That includes petroleum, specifically reference petroleum exploration and petroleum production. So from a coastal environment perspective, you could say that is covered. So therefore, you don't need the energy policy to talk about the coastal environment. But when you look at all the other chapters on outstanding natural features, significant natural areas, they're generally silent on specific activity types. They treat all activities the same, but it's the effects of whatever it is the activity is for. Okay. It's the land disturbance, it's something like that that's considered.
Okay. Again, that just raises in my mind, and I don't have a view either way, whether the coastal environment is different in this context or not. So maybe reflect on that. And it needs to be covered somewhere. I mean, there's very directive policy in the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement. Where there is potential duplication, though, and I accept that you're saying that it's unlikely other than in the coastal environment, but maybe just check that there's no duplication of these similar policies and in any of those overlay chapters. Yeah.
And this is a live conversation that's happening amongst reporting officers for different topics at the moment. It might be that our response for policy 5 might be that it's not necessary or appropriate in the energy chapter.
Yes.
Because it's adequately covered, appropriately covered in those other district-wide chapters.
Yes. You know, I mean, I've said this throwaway comment, you know, about saying things once, but it's important that it's said in the right place, I guess. And if what I worry about is where it's said in more than one place, but there's a different interpretation in each place.
And you can see the mission of that logic makes sense when you've got scheduled sites, but as soon as you go beyond that, then it's difficult to see that.
Yes.
My final question on P5 is just to your point about location, because the term is used again in P11 about ensuring that these activities, these exploration and production, are located, designed, constructed to avoid, remedy, or mitigate. So located to avoid in P5, located to avoid, remedy, or mitigate in P7, but from what you're telling me, a different set of resources that they intersect with.
Yes. Yeah. And in P7, that's the collective of the location and design, is the construction and management. That's those four aspects together.
Yes. That
you need to avoid, remedy, mitigate the effects, where policy 5 is specifically focusing on the location in relation to those scheduled features.
Yes. But I don't think anyone would dispute the best way of avoiding matters is through location.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll let you carry on with P7.
So P7 are described as complementary to P5. And as I just said, it covers those 4 aspects of an activity, which need to be considered in evaluating an application. So this is the intent of policy 7. It's not described as an evaluation or assessment policy for applications for petroleum exploration and production activities. And that's providing direction to an applicant and also to the decision maker on the matters that are relevant to that assessment. And where there's terms, and there's a combination of how the methods listed are assessed. One type is where such as the first one, refers to location design and site layout. It also includes a direction on what the outcome that's sought to be achieved. So in this case, it's internalising the effects or minimising the effects, and that draws on to achieve the objective in the energy chapter. So objective 2, as you highlighted this morning, regarding minimise effects. And in other cases, it's purely just the matter to be assessed, and it doesn't include the outcome because it's going back to the avoid, ruin and mitigate. And I accept that there's potential confusion there in terms of the overriding at the first sentence of the policy.
Yes.
And then the each of the listed points where there is different wording, minimise or internalising. I accept that.
Yes.
And that could, yeah, we'll look at that in our writing reply to make that clearer.
Yeah, I accept what you're saying largely in respect to sub clauses 1 to 5. 5 itself specifies a method, I guess, to minimise,
Yes.
which is separation distances.
And again, that was included to provide direction on a common way to address those effects.
Yes. So where there was some duplication on the green highlight I showed Maria this morning in terms of historic heritage sites or areas of St Albans to Maori were a couple, and then there was sort of a mix, like I think there's natural features and landscape forms, but then there's natural features and landscapes, or outstanding natural features and landscape in the top list. The intention was 6, or was 7 in particular, presumably, is to relate to just to non-scheduled.
Non-scheduled. So this is what, in terms of the response and the
Yeah.
subdivision right reply, this
Yes.
is what we need to follow through
Okay.
this policy as well.
So that if the term historic heritage and sites of areas of St Albans to Maori changed, they would be they wouldn't need initial caps, would they?
No.
Because they're generic.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, I understand.
So that's
That's reasonable conversation. Thank you.
To 5 and 7. So then the next key matter raised was transitioning to a low emission economy. So this was around objective 3. And context was that there was general support for the addition of a new objective 3 in the energy chapter to recognise the move towards a low emission economy. Some submitted sought changes to this new objective. High energy, consider the non-renewable energy sources will continue to play a role for energy supply and security in the Plymouth district across the 10-year life of the proposed future plan. And they seek greater recognition of this and seek that objective 3 is amended to include non-renewable energy sources in the objective. Hearingham also sought that the production of green hydrogen in the objective as a contributor towards this transition. And also Trusthouse sought that the wording of this objective be strengthened to align with the national policy statement on renewable electricity generation. So our response to the evidence presented was that objective 3 seeks to provide acknowledgement and recognition that the new Plymouth district is transitioning to become a low emission economy. This transition outcome reflects the submissions and evidence presented at this hearing, as well as at hearing 1 in strategic direction section. In addition, the new objective draws on interim guidance from the hearing panel and a new strategic objective, IE2, which seeks to recognise the contribution of energy activities to the low emissions economy. We observed the evidence presented on this objective 6 changes from 3 distinct perspectives. The our initial view is that it's not appropriate to reflect all three perspectives in the objective, as it would reduce its usefulness and not necessarily be an outcome based on the wording suggested. We'll consider this matter further in the written right reply. In addition, we consider it useful for the expert planners to conference on this matter to see if specific wording regarding objective 3 can be resolved. And so the options we're weighing up there is how to amend the current objective, and maybe a fourth objective might be required or not.
The reason why we asked those questions was based on the fact that during the life of the plan will be mirrored by transitioning, but the final outcome towards energy-based solely or largely on renewable may not be achievable in that time frame. And therefore, from an outcomes point of view, should the objectives reflect that? So the options are whether you alter objective 3 or have a separate objective that reflects that potential outcome. And you've helpfully suggested that that's something where there could be some confidence.
Let's move into the next matter, the use of explosives and seismic surveys in the rural lifestyle zone, so policy 2 and rule 2. Greymouth Petroleum sought amendments to policy 2 and rule 2 to provide for seismic surveys in the rural lifestyle zone as a restricted discretionary activity. They consider this as appropriate to provide for the activity, which is temporary in duration. They consider it's consistent with the overall planning framework and it's contemplated and prescribed in the Ground Minerals Act. Further, they consider that providing for the activity, provided the activity meets the standards in the Energy S5, which sets the conditions to manage effects, then restricted discretionary activity is appropriate. Where these conditions or standards are not met, the activity would default to non-compliant. In our response, we do not consider that a restricted discretionary activity status is appropriate for seismic surveys in the rural lifestyle zone due to the nature, character and density of occupation in the zone, in particular the concentration of sensitive activities. There's potential incompatibility between the use of explosives and sensitive activities, which requires careful management of adverse effects. Next matter was the full or partial decommissioning of sites, particularly policy 10. And as you're aware, policy 10 relates to the decommissioning of sites which are no longer needed for decommission. Iwi and Hapu seek that where the sites are decommissioned, they are fully remediated and returned to the original state. While Greymouth Petroleum oppose this policy because they consider it requires full remediation of sites and does not provide for end users, they consider that the wording remediate sites or parts of sites containing redundant or decommissioned above ground structures requires full remediation or parts of the site to be remediated rather than providing for the partial remediation intended. And Greymouth proposed alternative wording. The policy in our response, the policy directing decommissioning of sites was inserted in response to feedback during the preparation of the proposed digital plan about the ongoing effects of redundant components of energy activities. The intention was that this policy would apply to energy activities which cease to operate, and therefore the sites were to be decommissioned without future environmental effects. We acknowledge and understand the points made by submitters. We need to give a further thought to this matter. In addition, we also need to ensure that our recommendation does not lead to inconsistencies with the net utilities chapter, where a similar issue has arisen. So we'll work with my colleague Chris Cannon over the next couple of weeks on that matter as well.
Mr. Wesley, do you think there's any need for direction from us to submitters on that, or is that something that's reasonably ring-fenced between yourself and Ms. Cannon?
I'm aware from the utilities that there's more information to be provided from one or two submitters around the costs and practicalities of remediation. There was, from my perspective, there was some evidence yesterday which provided clarity in my mind around the practicalities of that in terms of energy activities. So at this point I'm satisfied with what we've heard, that we've got an understanding of what the options are and the practicalities around that. So the next topic is energy activities within the port zone.
Yes.
So several submitters seek amendments to policy 6, rules 3 and 4 to provide for petroleum exploration and production activities as a discretionary activity in the port zone rather than non-compliant activity. There's also been much discussion regarding the applicability of the coastal environment chapter and how best to consider scheduled and non-scheduled sensitive environment identified features within the context of the port as regionally significant infrastructure. A bit of a theme here emerging. Our response here is that we consider further evaluation is required around the operational needs of the port, together with the locational constraints and the need to protect the coastal environment and the sensitive features. We will evaluate this matter further and discuss with other chapter reporting officers and respond to this in our written reply.
It's certainly not unexpected. It's quite a complicated issue.
The next topic was the appropriateness of provisions relating to repairs, alterations, additions and upgrades to energy activities. And listed there in the text, the suite of policies and rules that relates to. There's a few of them. The context is that several submitters have sought amendments to Rule 7 and 8, which pertains to the operation, maintenance, enhancement, refurbishment and upgrades to existing wholesale renewable electricity generation activities and non-renewable electricity generation activities. Generally, submitters seek that the maintenance repair should be permitted for energy activities and refer to similar provisions for new utilities and major facility zone. They seek the same flexibility as provided to undertake essential repairs and upgrade activities without consenting requirements and subject to the effect standards to be afforded to the energy activities. They sought the addition of a new rule, termed Rule 7A, to permit operations, repairs, maintenance and upgrades to energy activities where they are in rural and port zones, subject to compliance with the effects and zone standards. So our response, we're of the view that the crux of this issue pertains to the nature and scale of the additions or alterations that may be permitted for energy activities. We acknowledge that operators may need to replace existing equipment, such as fans or pipes, which may age, and that they may seek to upgrade facilities to increase generating capacity. For example, install a new generator, install larger pipe. Similar response, we consider that needs further consideration, but understand that we need to find the right balance between providing sufficient flexibility for operators while ensuring that substantial upgrades that may introduce or increase effects on the environment are adequately assessed.
Yes. I think you raised a good, well, the submitters raised a reasonable point about the efficacy of these rules compared to the net utility ones. Scale is and will be an issue for both topics.
Yes.
And I guess a replacement of a large generator may suggest large scale effects, but if it's internalised inside like for the Trustpower example, Trustpower. Was it Trust? Yeah, Trustpower. They talked about 3 different scenarios about upgrading internal generators. I think they talked about generation within canals, and there was a third one that they talked about something outside the existing network. But if you're replacing a generator inside a caisson, and it has no visual effect and no obvious effects, even though it's of a large scale, how's that accommodated?
Exactly. Yes, and we heard evidence this morning from Tuiwi, who expressed concerns around upgrading and the parameters that have been recommended for that. So we'll need to consider that evidence along with the requests from the operators to provide greater flexibility there.
Yes. And that's another example where you'll be talking to Ms. Cannon.
Yes, we will. Yes, want to make sure there's consistent, if there's similar terms used, that there's consistency of language.
And again, I'm guessing it's sufficiently ring fenced. You've got enough information without going outside.
Yes. And then last couple of points for the energy response, and these are points of clarification and more minor technical changes. So the definition of petroleum production, Grammar Petroleum seek that removal of pipes from the definition of petroleum production. They consider that while originally sought the inclusion of storage and export in the definition. They consider including pipes in the definition as unintended consequences of managing pipelines in the energy chapter and not in the network utilities chapter. In our responses, we agree with these statements and the amendment sought petroleum production, and that pipe should not be included and is appropriately dealt with in the network utilities chapter. And the next point regarding solar panel requirements, in standard 3, Helen Johnson has identified in her evidence that there are inconsistencies between the standards for solar panels, between standard 3 and exemptions in the height limits in the zones and other chapters. Ms Johnson is of the view that these inconsistencies could cause confusion for planned users and difficulties with implementation. She considers that these inconsistencies could be resolved by way of ensuring the exemptions are provided for in the applicable chapters, such as the height limits in the residential zone, and therefore standard 3 could be deleted. We note that we further consider these points raised by Ms Johnson, believe, provide a response, but in saying that we agree with Ms Johnson in terms of the issue and understanding. It's just the how to achieve that.
And also whether the scope.
Yes. Yep. So that's our response for the energy chapters, and in the hazardous substances response next, we set out a process applying to both. We was just keen to check ourselves whether there were any other key issues or matters we hadn't identified.
Just what I'm doing now.
In regards to policy 16 and 21, it's just specifically to the same issue around whether those matters raised are scheduled or identified.
Same as policy 5.
Yeah.
Policy 5.
Nothing further from me on that.
Okay. So there are, as mentioned, there are individual points of wording regarding a number of provisions, which we'll work through the detail of the evidence presented in our written response. In terms of the hazardous substances required, again, quite the same grouping of themes or topics. So the first one relates to the differences in risk between petroleum exploration and petroleum production facilities, and what's been termed other significant hazardous facilities, and whether the provision should be separated for petroleum activities and other significant hazardous facilities. So the context is that submitters, including Port Taranaki and risk expert Jenny Polich and Rob Van Monkoff, have submitted that there could be a fundamental difference in risk between petroleum exploration and production activities and other significant hazardous facilities, such as timber treatment plants. They are of the view that because of these differences, it is inappropriate to treat petroleum exploration and production activities and these other hazardous facilities the same, by using risk contours to manage the potential risks and adverse effects of these activities. In addition, Taranaki Energy Watch have sought that specific hazardous substance provisions apply to petroleum activities, and in particular exploration and production activities. To our response, we've given consideration to the differences in the nature and magnitude of risks associated with different significant hazardous facilities. Ms Shepherd advises further consideration could be given to differentiating between these significant hazardous facilities based on hazardous substances classifications. And I'll just hand over to her now to take us through her comments.
So of the most significant hazardous facilities in the district, that's sort of significant in terms of risk, talk about those in the major hazardous facility definition of health and safety at work, major hazardous facility regulations. Most are petroleum related, so we're at tank farms and the petrochemical facilities operated by Methanex. Risk management contours are appropriate for these kinds of significant hazardous facilities where the primary risk beyond the boundary remains to be fire explosion. The other major hazardous facility in the district is the AICA New Zealand Limited facility where the main hazardous substance of concern is formaldehyde. There are fire and explosion risks associated with the facility, but there's obviously also an exposure to toxic vapor, which is our key concern. The New South Wales HIPAC 4 document, which the 1 × 10⁻⁶ individual fatality risk is largely based on, states that while risk levels should include all components of risk, including fires, explosions and toxicity, there are uncertainties in correlating toxic concentrations to fatality levels. Interpretation of fatal should not rely on any one dose effect relationship, but on review of available data. And that is to say that risk management contours do not only consider fire explosion, but toxicity also, but it is it's very specific to the hazardous substance being considered.
Yes, so the toxicity thing could be a cumulative effect over time, is that what you're saying? And whereas the fatality risk levels associated with the petrochemical industry can be one-off incidents.
Yes, and they're quite easy to set what the acceptable limit is because you set your heat, radiation number, your explosion over pressure, but the toxicity effect will be very dependent on the specific substance. And
I mean, one
the
dose,
concentration, duration of exposure, all those sort of things.
one dose could be enough, and some, depending on the level, others it could be
Take time.
death by 1,000 doses.
It seemed to me in the examples we were given of the QRAs, which were only just hydrogen and wasn't petroleum, there was consideration of toxicity below in those industries. There was common understanding because of the limited number of chemicals.
Yeah, and those ones, it's going to be the fire explosion that's dictating where their content sits. The risk management controls do not consider environmental risk, which is the primary concern for facilities like milk processing plants, and this does require further consideration.
Based on that advice, we will review the approach for other significant hazardous facilities. So, for example, the non-petroleum activities, based on the evidence presented at the hearing, and consider the scope for any changes to those activities. We see merit in the hazardous substances chapter of separating the provisions into two groups: petroleum at Group 1 being petroleum activities, and Group 2 other significant hazardous facilities, based on the evidence presented. In particular, the nature, location and magnitude of risks for petroleum activities have been better defined and described in evidence, while the risks for other significant hazardous facilities could be highly variable. If the panels are to direct planners conferencing on this chapter, we consider there would be merit in the panel providing direction for this conferencing, on whether provision should be separated or not.
Yes. That's quite a significant potential change, isn't it? To structure.
Structure, yes.
Yes.
That may not be in the
Outcome.
application and
Yeah.
outcome, but the structure perspective, yes.
Yeah, so one of the immediate consequences of that would be change to the SHF rule.
Definition.
Definition.
Potentially.
Definition, yes.
And that's one thing that, reflecting back on the South Taranaki experience, because it arose, a similar situation arose there. Are there some common objectives and policies which will apply to both sets, and similar to the rules, or whether you just have literally two completely different sets of provisions? That's something
Yes.
would need to work through.
So there could be a difference. There could be a difference in policy approach between the petroleum and non-petroleum.
But the outcome, so the objectives could be the same. It's only when you get down to the policy level, how to achieve those objectives, it might be different. And the associated rules might be in two groups as well.
Okay. Touched on if the panel were to direct planning conferencing. Before we get there, earlier you acknowledged that there seemed to be a bit of some alignment between some of the risk experts, particularly I think Ms. Pollich and Mr. Van Montel, but perhaps not Mr. Drawer. Okay. Before we direct any planning conference, is there a need to have some conferencing between the three experts first on the efficacy or appropriateness of separating out?
Not in my view. I don't think there were any sort of fundamental issues here. I think that the difference came down to the setback distances.
Once you do that, yes, and that was Mr. Drew's point at the end of the day, I guess, wasn't it?
And I think all three experts were of the view that ideal situations, you do assessments for each facility.
Yep, and it's then in the absence of,
In that case, not only the different chemicals might be used, but also size and scale, operational differences.
What sort of direction, from your point of view, would you find assistance in terms of your last sentence on 11?
basic to me, yes or no.
It's
So that's
simple as that.
in terms of whether you seek its merit in it or not.
Doesn't have to be no nuance than that.
No.
Okay.
So the next topic was the methodology for preparing and reviewing risk assessments to include risk management contours in the district plan, as well as risk assessments for resource consent applications and permitted activities. So the context for this topic was that several submitters have sought that the methodology for developing risk management contours included in the proposed district plan. They are of the view that including the methodology would provide clarity on how risk assessments are carried out and would assist in determining assessments for including risk management contours for new significant hazardous facilities and also for existing hazardous facilities where additions and alterations are carried out and new assessments are required. So our response to the evidence presented, we consider there are three circumstances that have been raised, seeking clarity on the process and requirements for risk assessments. These circumstances are the inclusion of risk management contours in the proposed district plan. Second one is technical assessments when accompanying a resource consent application for a significant hazardous facility. And the third circumstance is determining or demonstrating compliance with the permitted activity rules for significant hazardous facilities. So for the first circumstance, in relation to preparation of the proposed district plan and the process as well that we're currently going through, Council's technical advisors, so Ms. Shepherd and her colleague at the time, Barry Lawrence, on hazardous substances, developed a process and requirement for reviewing the QRAs and other hazardous substance information. This process and requirements was based on typical independent peer review procedures, such as reviewing the methodology, assumptions, inputs and findings of those assessments. In response to the request from Greymouth Petroleum, Council's technical advisor, Ms. Shepherd, is available to discuss the process and requirements for a streamlined or other method for the preparation of risk assessments to inform the risk management contours for the Greymouth facilities. And to provide certainty on this process and timing, we suggest the panel issue a direction on this matter.
Yes, so is this the issue Ms. Price raised about a pilot?
Yes, that's one way.
Assessment QM. Yes, a pilot assessment. Again, what sort of direction?
It's probably in terms of the process and timing for that direction. Conscious of the time Ms. Price referred to it takes to prepare the QRAs, and also for them to be reviewed. And if any questions arise through that review, you have time to reconcile those questions, to then be in a position to include them in the plan or not. And noting that there's a scope question related to this matter as well.
I wonder whether we need to get to resolution on the scope first before we provide that direction.
Yes, that would be, I think that'd be sensible.
And two aspects to that scope, the council's own change and the changes requested by Greymouth.
I'll just add a lip here as well in terms of comment Ms. Price raised around the implications of requiring risk assessments on operators and the cost and resourcing that for it, because this was canvassed at the South Taranaki hearing as well, and it was acknowledged that the preferred approach of having risk contours does carry a cost to it, but that cost was considered to be reasonable in the context of what the provision is seeking to do in terms of protecting the health and safety of people. And also that petroleum operators, particularly those that have number of wells, that they probably have a higher burden and cost burden than say a site, an operator of a single site or a single facility. So just wanted to acknowledge that. And the last point was that for some facilities it was expected that they would already have risk assessments, so they wouldn't need to be, it wouldn't be an additional cost. It would just be whether they were willing to share that information with the council for this for the district plan purpose or not. And that was the case for a couple of operators. Obviously understand for other operators that they may not have that information, they have to go through the process of commissioning that work.
Sarah, do you reckon you could? Sorry, I was having trouble hearing you.
Yeah. So in terms of the second circumstance, so this is in relation to resource consents. Through the preparation and processing of various resource consent applications over the last few years, and that's particularly in relation to oil and gas activities, there's become an accepted practice and understanding of the requirements for QRAs. While details or parameters for these requirements could be included in the proposed district plan, this practice typically evolves over time, reflecting new software and approaches to risk assessment. Therefore, including these requirements may not be effective or efficient. And in the third circumstances regarding the permitted activity, we agree with the evidence from submitters that there needs to be certainty in the assessment of compliance with permitted activity rules, and will consider the specific wording put forward by submitters in our written reply. So we see there is a need for clarity there.
Just to determine that circumstance, second circumstance, just so I'm clear that's relating to some requests for a streamlined process or a process that's put into the district plan that people follow.
Yes, so there's absolute clarity on. It's like the new proposed district plan doesn't have it, but other district plans have information requirements listed. Ms. Roberts referred to that. That was part of the outcome of the South Taranaki decision. And it added a specific requirement for a risk assessment,
But that would have been specific to the petroleum activities.
it was. Yeah. Good. Okay. The next topic was increased recognition of tangata whenua values and sensitive natural and physical resources. So the context here is that Iwi and Hapu have highlighted the failures of the operative plan in protecting historic heritage or providing for the relationship of tangata whenua with their land, water, sea, wahitapu and Awatonga. They have requested that changes are made to Rule 1.2 to remove the word significance before natural features and landscapes and replace mana whenua with tangata whenua. Te Atiawa seeks amendments to hazardous substances chapter policies, in particular policy 6, to ensure clear expectations are set regarding the protection of SASMs and wahitapu sites. They seek greater alignment across the overlay chapters, in particular with Rule 4, regarding amending to align with the water bodies chapter right reply and the associated approach. We acknowledge and recognise that tangata whenua have a relationship with values that extend across all environments, and accept that there is a need to consider the adverse effects of significant hazardous facilities on cultural and tangata whenua values, which needs to be balanced against the technical and functional requirements of significant hazardous facilities. And then paragraphs 20 and 21 are the same as I said earlier for energy, so I won't repeat those, but say that we'll consider this and include it in our written right reply. Next topic was the appropriateness of risks associated with significant hazardous facilities, petroleum exploration and production in the port zone and major facility zone, including those for coastal environment. And again, these 3 paragraphs are the same as what we said in the energy chapter. So I don't again propose to read out of those, that we need to give further consideration to how all of the zones and the chapters integrate. But the last point there have added here, if the panel were of a mind and saw merit in conferencing, including whether there should be a bespoke approach to the port, that we suggest that there be a direction on that.
So similar to one of the energy.
So it's almost identical.
We need to think about that, but I'd be surprised if we did direct something.
Yeah, quite predisposed to major events, particularly regards to Port Zone. We had some good examples of how complicated it was. A number of different types of activities, all in the proximity and those tensions that are there with regional infrastructure being provided for that zone.
So the next topic was differentiating between new significant hazardous facilities and additions and alterations to existing significant hazardous facilities. So the context here was several submitters have sought amendments to provisions to seek to apply different requirements to new significant hazardous facilities and additions and alterations to existing significant hazardous facilities. Policy 1, Policy 2, Policy 3, Policy 4A, and Policy 8 set out the policy framework for additions and alterations to significant hazardous facilities. And similarly, Rules 1, Rules 7A, 7.8A apply to additions and alterations to significant hazardous facilities, as well as Rules 3 to Rules 10.
Yes.
So just there is a discrete set of provisions, is what I'm highlighting in relation to additions and alterations to existing, as well as the overlay rules.
Yes.
And then there's the remainder of the policies and rules which apply to new facilities, as well as the overlay rules. Clarification you saw yesterday, and also broadly that the submitters seek amendments to these provisions to provide greater flexibility for additions and alterations to existing significant hazard facilities where they do not increase risks, safety and the environment. So our response to that evidence is that we acknowledge that repairs and alterations to existing significant hazardous facilities may be required and indeed necessary to ensure that facilities remain safe to operate and keep pace with changing approaches, best practice and technologies. In addition, the hazardous substances rules need to be clear that activities that do not involve hazardous substances at significant hazardous facilities, for example, earthworks for stormwater purposes, or additions or alterations to administration or office buildings, or additions or alterations to utility infrastructure such as water supply, that they are not relevant in terms of managing risks from hazardous substances. We consider that the rules could be clearer and that it only relates to work associated with the use and storage of hazardous substances. If the panel are to direct planning conferencing in this chapter, we consider there would be merit in the panel providing direction whether the rules are differentiated between new significant hazardous facilities and additional alterations to existing hazardous facilities, and whether clarity is required on what works the rules relate to.
So two components there, isn't there?
Yes.
In terms of the first component, whether the rules differentiate between new SHF and additions and operations, don't they do that already?
Yes, they do.
Yes.
But there was some of the operators sought greater distinction between them. So, for example, rules 8 to 10, I think it was.
No, it's not. I'm talking about rule 1.
That's one of the rules, but it was the suite of rules as well.
Yes, so rules 1 and 2 is new.
And the Twiggly and his evidence for OMV. He sought for rules as the substances rules 3 through to 11 that they should only, or that's your rule 3 through the tiers, that should only apply to new significant hazardous facilities.
Okay.
So for example, a new significant hazardous facility within a significant natural area, for rule 5, that wouldn't therefore apply to additions and alterations to existing significant hazardous facilities, which may be already within this NA. So
that first matter really is in relation to the environmental rules, the natural environmental rules.
yes, yeah.
As far as the hazardous substances rules are concerned, that don't intersect with the natural environment, you're not covering that in the first direction, are you?
No, I think that's where you've gone. Yeah, they already do that clearly enough.
That makes sense. And then the second aspect about clarity on what the rules relate to, this is this idea of focusing on the use and storage of hazardous substances activities themselves as opposed to incidental ones, yes, like administrative components, office buildings, that sort of thing. These that don't pose a hazardous substance threat.
Yes.
Risk. Okay, I understand.
And the intention was that the rules as they're currently worded should provide for that. For example, if you're making a change, doing an addition to your administration building, which isn't involved in the use or storage of hazardous substances, then I would have expected that wouldn't change the risk contour in any way. And no, you wouldn't need to get a risk assessment to demonstrate that.
No.
And same whether it's other infrastructure, water supply, or anything like that. If it's not involved in the use, then
I guess just whether the rule cuts to the chase.
yeah, exactly.
Or it goes through a process to determine that.
Yeah. So we need to find a way that there is no risk assessment process for that sort of thing.
Have you given any thought to the terminology that could distinguish between non-hazardous and hazardous activities?
No, not yet. And that's partly because from my drafting and reading of the provisions, I think it's already clear. But I can understand wanting absolute certainty that if those works were being undertaken, that they've been inadvertently caught in the future.
Yes. But it's going to focus on the use and storage of hazardous substances, though.
It is.
Okay. That's where the conferencing could assist.
Yes, to make that clear.
Yes. Again, that's planners.
Because I think it's accepted what sought to be achieved. It's just how the provisions can be worded to achieve that. So the next topic is the status of the non-district plan layer. So the context is that several submitters commented on the non-district plan layer or viewer. Mixed views were expressed about its usefulness, in particular the accuracy, completeness, and keeping it up to date as new information becomes available. A variety of responses and relief sought the stated evidence, such as the addition of new policies and rules, through to the removal of this layer or viewer. Our response, this is in part to clarify your questions of us over the last couple of days. The non-district plan layer or viewer is referred to in 2 places in the hazardous substances chapter in the proposed district plan. These references are, and I quoted them from what's in the section Fleetway report recommendation version. So I won't read out that full paragraph, but it says for, actually no, I think it's easier if I do read it out. So for significant hazardous facilities where risks beyond the site boundary have been quantified, the risk management contours are shown in the district plan to manage risks and reverse sensitivity effects. For other significant hazardous facility sites, the risk contours are not in the district plan. Council uses a non-district plan layer to identify a 250 metre separation distance. Where no risk management contour is mapped in the district plan for a significant hazardous facility, proposed works to this facility and or sensitive activity seeking to locate in proximity to this facility will require a site-specific technical report prepared by a suitably qualified and experienced person to be provided to council to quantify the extent of the risk area. The non-district plan now can be updated to remove the 250 metre buffer and include the updated risk profile setback for that site. And in terms of the rule, Rule 12, sensitive activities within 250 metres of an existing significant hazardous facility, or 650 metres of an existing petroleum production station with no significant hazardous facility risk management contour mapped in the district plan. And it's in brackets shown on the non-district plan to 250 metre separation view. And I won't read out that next bit, but that's for the purposes of this rule, text was added to provide clarity on where the 250 or 650 distance is measured from, whereas the security fence, where there's no security fence, the drilling pad, if it's a wellhead, or if there's no security fence or drilling pad, it's the property boundary for the petroleum exploration site.
Yes. Can I just ask a question at this point? Because a lot of this is, to be frank, has only become apparent to me in the last 24, 48 hours. So I'm still not sure I've got it 100% right. So the first paragraph is really the explanation and the overview to the chapter, isn't it?
Yes.
Could, just out of interest, could, and this so for other significant hazardous facility sites, I'm reading from the last line on page 5, where risk management contours are not in the district plan. The council uses the non-district plan layout to identify the 250 separation distance. It could have chosen not to do that, couldn't it?
Yes.
Yes. And in doing it, it's trying to provide a little bit more certainty and assistance to the plan user. But the intent is clear that where there's not a mapped contour, that 250 separation distance or 650 applies.
Yes.
The uncertainty is where these facilities are. And is that where the non-district plan layer comes into place and maps those existing facilities and puts the contour around them?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah. Okay. So it's a tool to help with the readability and application of the rule.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
I could probably read out the response because there might be.
Yes.
Because I think you've
I guess the first thing I noticed, I understand why. The first thing I noticed is it's not until you get to the rule that you get to the mention of the 650.
correct.
And could there be some explanation of the 650 earlier?
Yes, and in our view, there could be. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Carry on.
So in terms of paragraph 31, already effectively answered this in the last minute. The reviewer is a tool to implement
Nice.
Rule 12 to aid understanding of the location of existing significant hazardous facilities which do not have a risk management contour. The viewer assists to understand the location and extent of the 250.
Sorry, I sort of let you read on. At least it proves I sort of semi-understand it.
The significant hazardous facilities and the associated 250 metre area currently shown in the viewer is based on information compiled in preparing the proposed district plan. It is acknowledged that this viewer predominantly shows petroleum exploration, petroleum production, and bulk storage facilities. The petroleum exploration sites are based on the active well sites in the New Zealand Petroleum and Minerals database at the time preparing the proposed district plan. So that was about mid-2019. The 250 metre area is also shown for the AICA resin production plant in Bell Block, which is a major hazardous facility under the Health and Safety Work Regulations, as Ms. Shepherd referred to earlier. Hazardous substances information was also obtained from operators of other significant hazardous facilities, such as timber treatment plants, fertiliser depots, which identified small amounts of hazardous substances were stored or used at these facilities. Therefore, a 250 metre area was not appropriate and not shown in the viewer. We'll give further consideration to the options and relief sought from submitters on this matter in our written reply. In addition to the first matter in this reply regarding separation and provisions for petroleum activities and other significant hazardous facilities. That's the panel after direct planners conferencing on this chapter. The panel may wish to provide direction on this viewer as well. Yeah, what I'm just referring to there is, given the information that is available on those other significant hazardous facilities, there is a case to review that 250 metre setback for those other categories. And if we are separating the provisions, then we can look at that.
And that's that based on the evidence of Mr. Drawer.
Yes, yep. And the general comments from Ms. Pollage.
Yes.
The evidence, and again yesterday in response to questions.
Yes. So there's two components here. One is the district plan tool, and then there's the distances themselves. And then I've raised another issue about explanation of the 650.
Yeah.
Yes. Which is subject to a scope challenge from Ms. Price of Greymouth. So of course this is has rule 12, isn't it? Yes, we're talking about. I mean, it's a non-complying activity in the rural production zone. And I guess all zones, is it? Well, in fact,
No, so that's that point of clarification I gave on day one regarding the sequence.
oh, yeah,
So it's intentional, it only applies to the rural
Sorry.
production zone.
it's what am I reading there? Sorry, it's the trouble with double-sided.
You might be looking at 11, which is all zones.
Yeah. No, I was looking at bottom of 11, yes. So of course, if you're outside 215 metres, there's a sense of activity you're permitted.
Correct.
And so that's where I guess the district plan viewer comes in to give certainty to whether you're permitted or not.
Yes.
Yeah, as much so as if you're requiring consent.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
And if there was no viewer, then
Yeah, how would you know?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, going back to the same question I asked you, if we are to direct planning conferencing, what would it be in relation to?
just the usefulness or not of the viewer. Do you see it as being a helpful tool to have available, or do you see it?
Thinking about those distances, those are really a technical question. The planners will have a view, I'm sure.
But it's not so much about the distance per se. It's
No,
about the use of that tool and whether it's effective or not.
Yes.
Its purpose.
You don't need any experts, conferencing of the experts on the distances.
Well, an example of the usefulness of just the process of as council's review to a resource consent if someone wanted to subdivide a property that has a well site on it.
Yes.
And go exactly through the process of defining whether 250 metre
All right.
is when we pay consent with respect to that. So usefulness. It's quite useful.
But what about in terms of the distances themselves? Do you need any conferencing on that from non-planning experts?
What the process with the South Taranaki Environment Court was that the risk experts, as Ms. Pollage referred to yesterday, was that herself and Mr. Phillips came up with those parameters for the distances, and then when the planners were applying those into the provisions,
yes,
they were available to respond to queries to clarify matters. And I understood yesterday from Ms. Pollage in terms of how she stepped us through those three situations of
the table.
Yes, the table.
Yeah.
The ideal was having a risk management contour.
Yeah, number 3.
Yep. And then if in the absence of that, you'd have a site-specific
Yes.
consequence distance. And in the absence of that, you'd have this generic
I understand that. So where there was dispute is what is the value associated with the consequence distance?
Yes,
And I'm not sure that all three were on the same page.
No.
And Drew ahead of you.
yes. But if the, firstly, if the scope is there for Greymouth to have a risk management contour
Yes.
for their sites,
Yes.
and that Mr. Drew's evidence regarding that distance may not be, may resolve itself, let's say, in terms of that matter.
Yeah.
But if that option is not available, then yes, I think there needs to be some conferencing amongst the risk experts around that consequence distance.
Yes, but again, I guess that goes to getting that scope issue resolved first.
Yes, yeah.
Um,
And are Greymouth going to
Yes.
commit to doing that process of QRAs and having a risk
Yes.
management? Because if it is, then, and we've got certainty around that, then that process will follow. If not, or as a backstop, there could be value in that conferencing or consequence distances.
Yes, if I recall correctly, the two aspects of scope that we raised in relation to Greymouth was did their relief enable, or did the plan itself enable the production of the risk management contours during the plan process? And I think you had indicated that you thought it did, or that process enabled it. So that might be a simpler matter for Mr. Price to respond to. The other one was the alternative dimensions, and there could be a jurisdictional issue there.
Just one other matter that's you've raised, which you haven't directly addressed, but we've all in the written, but I just thought it might be worth commenting on now, is the activity status for Rule 12, being non-compliant activity. You've asked planners appearing for submitters whether restricted discretionary or discretionary might be a more appropriate activity status. You've referred to it as being a trigger for consent or trigger for an assessment.
I was using words of others.
Yeah.
Yes, wasn't I don't have many original ideas.
This I'll just comment now, and because this similar activity status question came up with the South Taranaki one, because it's a rule from that decision, and the court was of the mind that non-compliant activity status was the most appropriate activity status, because you're dealing with fatality risk here, and avoiding and seeking the outcome of avoiding sensitive activities in areas of an unacceptable risk. So while it's a fairly high activity status for a trigger type assessment, because of the outcome sought that this rule is seeking to achieve, that non-compliant is considered an appropriate activity status.
Yes, but Mr. Wesley, you'd accept though there's a relationship there and with what the figure is. I mean,
Yes.
I mean, if we were to adopt Mr. Drew's evidence, he's saying 250 is just far too conservative.
Yes, like,
Yeah.
totally accept that.
Yeah, and if he was to prevail, that figure would be 100 metres, and which might mean that non-compliant activity over that trigger, which is less of a trigger and more of a, well, it's not definitive necessarily, but because his 100 was based on a raw figure of 50 with a safety factor of 2, wasn't it? That might be more appropriate.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. But if we weren't to run with that, and we wanted 250 to be a generic trigger, we might want to look at something other than non-compliant activity in that sense. So you might want to cover those two scenarios in your right of reply.
So second to last matter, it's regarding the appropriateness and the completeness of incorporating the Taranaki Energy Watch South Taranaki Environment Court decision provisions in the proposed district plan. So for context, Taranaki Energy Watch contended that all the provisions in the South Taranaki Environment Court had not been fully reflected or incorporated into the proposed New Plymouth district plan. Other submitters questioned or challenged the appropriateness of reflecting or incorporating the provisions from this decision in the New Plymouth district and the proposed district plan. as set out in tables 2 and 3 in the section 42A report for hazardous substances, we prepared a comparison of the provisions from the South Taranaki the South Taranaki Environment Court decision and those in the proposed district plan as notified. Based on this comparison, we recommended the amendment or addition of various policies or rules to reflect this decision for petroleum activities and other significant hazardous facilities where appropriate. We refute the comment that the provisions arising from the South Taranaki Environment Court decision have been applied to holus bolus in the proposed district plan. Each provision and the overall approach in the South Taranaki decision was considered in terms of its appropriateness and applying them to the Newfoundland district. In addition, preparing the proposed district plan, engagement was undertaken on the appropriateness of these provisions in the Newfoundland context. Furthermore, as we comment shortly, feedback or comment was sought through this hearing process on the appropriateness of applying additional specific provisions from this decision in the proposed district plan. In our written right to reply, we will consider the appropriateness of these provisions further, and we note some submitters did not support the provisions or additional provisions arising from this comparison exercise. In terms of your question yesterday, Mr. McMahon, from an initial review of the details in paragraph 15 of the Taranaki Energy Watch hearing statement, regarding points 1 and 2 in that paragraph, in table 3 of the section 42 report, we sought feedback and comment from at the hearing from operators on the appropriateness of this approach, and this is what I responded to earlier when you were asking Ms. Roberts about it, that this is a particular petroleum activity risk area approach used in the South Taranaki plan. And we sought comment from the operators about its appropriateness in the Plymouth context. I do not recall hearing any feedback or comment from operators on this approach or the specific rules referenced. And similarly, the same circumstance applies to rules highlighted in point 3 in relation to the prohibited activity status. On point 4, in relation to additions or alterations to existing sensitive activities, there is no equivalent rule in the proposed implement district plan, which was inadvertently missed in the comparison review we undertook. We'll give further consideration to these matters in our written reply. In addition, the panel may wish to issue a minute seeking comment from operators on the specific approach and rules which have been commented on. So that's the prohibited activity status, as well as that petroleum activity risk area approach.
And that's out of a fairness.
It's yes. And given my question earlier and to Taranaki Energy Watch regarding just their relief sought, clarifying their relief sought regarding prohibited activity status in the residential zones, it might be that to receive that clarification and confirmation first from Taranaki Energy Watch as to what relief they are seeking, and then issue a minute on that basis to seek feedback so they can comment on.
Yes, there were 2 or 3 matters that we sought some written response from them on 2 matters, but I think the second or the first one was in 2 parts.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, let's do we put a time frame around that, do we?
No, I've got a timetable at the end of this.
Yeah, for the submitter to respond. Yes.
So the last matter regards the appropriateness and risks of excluding manufacture of green hydrogen gas and the storage of less than 1.5 tonnes of green hydrogen gas from the definition of significant hazardous facilities.
Yes.
So the context here was that the manufacture of green hydrogen gas is currently defined as a significant hazardous facility because hydrogen gas is listed as a hazardous substance definitions in the proposed district plan. Hearing I have presented evidence outlining the risks from the manufacture of hydrogen. I have also sought that the storage of more than 1.5 tonnes rather than the manufacture be a significant hazardous facility, given its high risk profile. In addition, the original submission from Hearinga sought that the storage and use of more than 2.5 tonnes of hydrogen be excluded from the definition of significant hazardous facility and be permitted. However, in the evidence, Hearinga outlined that they sought and obtained resource consents for sites in other districts 7 tonnes of hydrogen. So now, Hearinga now seek the storage of up to 1.5 tonnes be a permitted activity by adding that threshold definition. I'll hand over to Ms. Shepherd to respond to this one.
Some response, we understand the desire to exclude the manufacture of green hydrogen gas from the SHF definition, based on the fact that no hazardous substances are used as raw materials in the process, and the lower hydrogen volumes and pressures in manufacturing compared to storage. However, at this time, consider that further information is required to demonstrate the level of risk is not dependent on the scale of manufacture. And in the absence of this information, case-by-case assessment of hydrogen manufacturing is required. And so accordingly, consider it's not appropriate to exclude manufacturing of green hydrogen gas from the definition at this stage. Regarding hydrogen storage, all facilities that will store the 1.47 tonnes of hydrogen that have obtained resource consent or currently being consented have exceeded the permitted activity thresholds in those respective council plans, district plans, suggesting that the volume of 1.5 tonnes in the SHF definition would be inconsistent with other districts. Council has not had the opportunity to technically review the quantitative risk assessments that supported those applications for the storage of a 1.47 tonne of hydrogen. Taranaki Energy Watch stated that they had obtained and provided us evidence on those QRAs, and Ms. College considered that it may not be sufficiently conservative to apply to all hydrogen storage facilities. I consider there is a need to provide a provision for hydrogen either in the definition or by a specific rule, but consider further information is required to set that quantity and determinate caveats are required, such as the zone or pressures of hydrogen.
Yes.
Given this advice and as well as the questions and comments from Mr. College, we do not consider it appropriate to amend the definition of the significant hazardous facilities as sought by Hearinga.
Thinking about this approach to splitting significant hazardous facilities into 2 groups, petroleum production type exploration ones and other, would the intention be that how would service stations fit into that grouping? Because the intent was not to capture service stations in that definition also. Is that still the case?
That was the reason for the exclusion of the 100,000
Yes.
litres of petrol
And diesel, yeah. So we might have a split now that deals with those 2 matters and still have service stations being exempt from that definition.
Yeah, so I think, in my view, that the distinction is petroleum exploration and petroleum production.
Yes.
That's the one group.
Yes.
And then other is everything else.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. That's useful.
Last part of the right replies suggested next steps, and this is just our thoughts to share with you. So below we have noted the following submitters indicated they would provide the following written responses to questions on the panel. So listed there in terms of Seaport Land Company regarding legal submissions on case law and examples of provisions which have the same or similar circumstances to Seaport, where there's a policy direction to avoid used in the effects and policies and restricted discretionary activity in the corresponding rules.
Yes.
And also that Catherine Hooper was to provide the Wynyard Quarter provisions that she referred to and how that had been changed and the provisions attached to her evidence. The next one we noted was Todd Energy. Mr. St Clair was to respond to 7 questions or points that Mr. Quitt noted. Thirdly, Greymouth Petroleum. We've spoken about this, legal submissions on the scope of Greymouth submission to add risk management contours based on a QRA for all Greymouth Petroleum sites. And fourthly, added today from Taranaki Energy Watch, so just note the word watch is missing from that pointee. confirmation of the relief sought for petroleum exploration, petroleum production in the residential zone. Specifically, whether works on decommissioned well sites should be prohibited. If they're not to be prohibited, what activity status should apply to works to the decommissioned well sites in the residential zone. And the second part was confirmation of relief sought for setbacks for sensitive activities from decommissioned well sites, specifically the 250 metre setback, where it's to apply to decommissioned well sites in all zones, but particularly the residential zone. And then we consider these merit in providing a preliminary written right of reply, responding to matters raised in evidence and at the hearing. In particular, we consider there are specific wording matters that can be resolved in this response. In addition, we would be happy to provide a list of matters to be discussed at planning conferencing if the panel directed this conferencing to occur. In terms of planning conferencing, we observe not all submitters have an independent planning witness. The panel may wish to consider the role of these submitters in the future process. And then the last point just wanted to note was that in addition to this, as part of this conferencing, may address integration provisions across the 15 chapters. It is noticed that based on the current hearing schedule, the Section 42A reports for the port zone and major facility zone are due out on the 18th of February next year. From an efficiency perspective, there may be merit in this conferencing to also address related provisions in the port zone and major facility zone for the relevant submitters. The timing of these reports may influence the timing for the completion of the expert conferencing, as the substances chapter. And then I've just added a suggested timetable, which might be overly ambitious. So written responses from submitters by Thursday next week. Relatively discreet.
On those A, B, C and D?
Yes, they're really discrete matters.
Yes.
And given the sort of indications from submitters, I don't expect that to take too long. And then a week later, we'd provide what I've referred to as our preliminary written response. And this is to provide clarity on in response to what I describe as fairly minor wording matters. We don't think there's anything in contention, and that we could provide a list of matters for the planning conferencing.
Yep, that would certainly be useful. And
then I've left to be confirmed the next steps in terms of any direction to a planning conferencing and the timeline for that planning conference.
Taking into account that we've got those port zone major facilities. I'm not sitting on them, so.
I am. Do you know who the 42A officers are on the port and major facility zone?
So myself for major facility zone, and Ivor Jacob for the port zone.
Well, that's good.
That's really helpful. Thank you very much.
Antoine, I think we probably need to get a minute out promptly just to cover off A to D.
Yeah,
and to record whatever that date is, just so that there's no confusion, because I've been keeping an eye on the board and none of the suspects are present.
I was looking, I think Cam's there.
Oh, Cam, yeah. So just get that out in the next day or two so that they know it's really only going to give them 5 working days to respond. But they're already on notice that it's required, just to give them the timetable. 1 and 2, the second part of item 2, the list of matters for conferencing, if that could occur sooner rather than later, but that would be useful, unless it depends on you finalising the written right of reply on the matters that you can respond to without the further conferencing.
Well, I'll say yes at this point, because it is more that the preliminary written right of reply is going to be more detailed wording things, and more substantive matters would be conference.
Yes, because I think that initial minute that panel might submit would signal some future conferencing on matters.
And the topics.
Yes.
Thinking of.
Yeah, but the specific directions would come in as subsequent minute based on what we receive from you under item 2.
The other thing that this is fresh in everyone's mind, I'm thinking all the witnesses and ourselves.
Exactly.
So there could be merit in, if even possible, to conference this side of Christmas because of the freshness in people's minds. How achievable that is, who knows? But yeah, that's why I'm keen to get that list.
Picked up on a willingness to do
Yeah.
so.
But again,
willingness turns into based on everyone's commitments before Christmas.
I mean, looking about 10 working days, yes, I think. But again, that first minute could sound out the availability and willingness. And take the time. Yes, and then 4 will follow from there, won't it?
Yes.
Well, that's incredibly helpful, thank you.
But I did want to highlight that because of the port and major facility zone, I think there is merit in making sure the conferencing and
Happens beforehand.
well before then.
Yeah.
So it can influence the 42 reports. Otherwise we might be talking about the same issues again in 2 to 3 months.
Deja vu.
Yes, I think I am involved in both of those.
Exactly, but I don't think so. They're not ringing my bells. I know I'm on Citizens Party purpose, so start through church.
I don't think I have. I've asked my questions along the way. That's very useful documents. Thank you. Thank you all.
I'd certainly like to acknowledge your assistance to the panel and the hard work that's gone into from the Section 42A report through to the hearing and your verbal right of reply. I'd also like to acknowledge that the submitters that we've heard have been very strong in their convictions, and I'd just like to acknowledge the professionalism we've shown. I know that we're all professionals, but you put a lot of time and effort and invest a lot of your personal energy taken away from other things that might be invested. So I'd just like to acknowledge that it's always, no matter how professional, it's always quite difficult to make people disagree with what you've said or forward what you've said, but I don't think anything has been personal during the hearing. Everyone's acted in a really respectful and polite manner. So I'd just like to acknowledge your contribution to the hearing. And also those who have joined us this afternoon online. Although I can't quite see all of your names, I'd just like to acknowledge you all before we close. Oh, there's a thumbs up. Thank you very much. You can still hear us.
Got it, Tom.
So without further ado, we'll close our hearing, and unless we've got a volunteer, Maria or Sarah, who'd like to close our hearing.
Ko kei te pai. Nau e whakakapi.
Okay, then. Hey, kia ora mai tata. I might actually stand to close because I've been sitting down, so I'm going to sit up. Hey, kia ora mai tātou, tutai mahu mia na kia koutou, ko tai mai nei, ki tēnei o tātou wahanga mai te timatanga ki tēnei haura, he mihi kawana ki ngā whakaro, ki ngā kōre o whakawhitiwhiti mai I roto I tēnei o tātou wahanga, no reira he mihi kawana, he mihi kawana, he mihi kawana. Ko tēnei wai, tukuna atu ngā mihi ki tā tātai kaihanga, nāna nei te timatanga, nāna nei te whakaoti ngā mea katoa. No reira whai korori hareruia ka ngā mano mātua tama wairua ta mea pono me te māngai. Tā tū ki te kauri ki wairua te rapatapa o kia puri uri tua hā mora te timatanga wōti ngā mātua tumato nei. Ko te māngai nau hai tū tuku mai aini ākini ai. Ai te māngai na pono te tokotora tapu ko tēnei a mātau o pōnunga. Ko tai mai nei tēnei rau e rau te tūni o tēnei whare. Ki te mahi tahi o tira, ki te whaitu huarahi tika me te huarahi pono. Maraina manaki tia mai mātau I roto te arano, pai heri tia ki tarangi mārena o wakato aiani ākene. Āmeni.
Amen. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.